It was the plane that helped win the Battle of Britain against all the odds.
Anybody that doesn't get a buzz out of flying a Spitfire is clearly dead from the neck upwards. It's an iconic aeroplane. I have to pinch myself every time I fly it.
But 5 years after its finest hour, the Spitfire was transformed into a supercharged spy plane designed to fight its way into the heart of Hitler's Germany.
They're the highest performance there is. You don't necessarily want to fly one every day because they're quite exciting.
Now, after decades in a scrapyard, this rare version of Britain's most famous fighter is being returned to the sky.
It's a bit of a jigsaw puzzle. We know what most of the pieces are. It's just making them fit in the puzzle.
I don't think there's many people that wake up in the morning and actually look forward to going to work. It's bloody brilliant, to tell you the truth.
It's a tribute to the men who flew some of the Spitfire's deadliest missions, captured in remarkable unseen colour film, shot by one pilot who didn't live to see the end of the war. Sywell Aerodrome outside Northampton, home to one of the UK's biggest collections of vintage warplanes. And today, there's a new arrival.
So this is a Spitfire FR14. So it's a fighter reconnaissance Spitfire. It's got this lovely little window that we're currently calling the Zanussi mod because it looks rather like a washing machine. And in here mounts an F24 oblique mounted camera. It's got the same window on the other side and it either points out one way or the other. So in between flying a Griffin engine Spitfire, which is a bit of a handful at the best of times, you've basically got to put it into a turn and orbit what they want to take a picture of, remembering which side he's got the camera pointing out on, whilst of course shooting down a couple of ME-109s or Focke-Wulf 190s at the same time.
Engineer and pilot Richard Grace is a Spitfire expert. He's been flying them since he was 20.
Wonderful, wonderful aeroplane, the likes of which, as far as I'm concerned, will never be matched.
He's also flown most of the leading American and German Second World War fighters. But RM927 is a very rare warbird indeed.
This particular aeroplane was built in very early 45. It was brought on service January 1945, and it saw lots of operational service in Europe at the time rather than in the UK. I think it was something like 40 missions. No kills, to the best of our knowledge, although, like all of these things, the actual history will come out of the woodwork as we go through the process. That's all part of the enjoyment of the job. So we're contracted to get it flying inside 13 months, which is a bit of an ask, but if you can't take a joke, you shouldn't have joined. And yeah, I think it's doable, or I wouldn't have said I could do it.
Richard's team of engineers has taken on the task. South African Wade Hammond is in charge. Howard Burgess will do the wings, and Lee Kingman will start on the tailplane.
The tail is an original tail, and that's the first bit we've started on. As a rule of thumb, found that starting at the back and working your way forwards is usually the way to do things. And the hot tip is always do the bit you sit in last, otherwise you'll just end up sitting in it making the noises all the time.
So at the moment we're removing all the skins off this fin for the Mark 14 Spitfire. You can see all this sort of jointing compound here over the years. It's just starting to corrode a little bit. So before it gets much worse, we're just going to take all the skins off, clean them up, and then just put it all back together, really.
927 was sold to the Belgian Air Force after the war and sent to a scrapyard where it rusted away in the open for decades before finally being rescued.
So it's just sort of sat in a damp shed and just collected up loads of moisture. So we think the best solution was to take it apart and do it again, really. If I'm on it, all day, every day, probably a couple of weeks' work, and then once the fuselage has been painted, we'll bolt it onto the fuselage.
And Richard still has to find some of the parts necessary to rebuild a rare Spitfire that went out of production 76 years ago. To add to his problems, it was powered not by the commonplace Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, but by its rare, beefed-up brother, the Griffin.
As you appreciate, the timeline is quite tight. We've got chunky bits like the 2,000 horsepower's worth of Griffin engine on this one. So yeah, I've sourced one of those from the United States, and that should be with us fairly shortly, with any luck, within months, and then we can start fitting that out, which is no mean feat in its own right. There's a lot of pipe work and a lot of other stuff. Radiators and oil coolers, they've already been dropped off to get rebuilt. The real critical thing for me is getting it right, because it is such a specific variant.
If you want to do a steep turn, Just a little bit of gentle back pressure on the stick. Once you go beyond about 30 degrees, you need some back pressure. Up to that point, none at all.
The Sywell hangar is home to a fleet of warplanes that are now earning a living thanks to a passenger boom.
It was my 60th birthday. I am an aviator and I've always wanted to fly a Spitfire.
Okay. All happy?
Happy.
For the price of a business class flight across the Atlantic, anyone can book an hour in the back of a two-seat Spitfire.
Just under £3,000 for a 25-minute airborne flight, during which you can see every element of what a Spitfire's capable of. But the aeroplane in its own right is not a cheap thing to run. I mean, you've got an engine rebuild every 500 hours. It costs $250,000 US. Consumable things like the tailwheel tyres alone are £700 a tyre. So it doesn't take very long to realise that your £3,000 doesn't go as far as you'd want it to.
Warplanes run in the Grace family. When Richard's father Nick was killed in a car crash in the 1980s, his mum Carolyn taught herself to fly his aircraft and flew it until Richard was ready to take over the cockpit.
Fundamentally, the business is based around this two-seat Spitfire in which we do passenger flights year-round. It's a Spitfire my father rebuilt from 1979 to 1985. And we've been operating it ever since then. Just gone through a bit of a major rework where we changed the wing spars and a bit more than the usual in-depth routine maintenance. We've got a Mustang wing that we're rebuilding here, which was damaged in an accident, and we're just essentially completely rebuilding that wing. And then coming around further, we've got the TF-51 Mustang, which is the only two-seat dual-control Mustang in the country, again, which we operate for passenger flights and we do a bit of training in as well. And these two are the sort of aeroplanes you'll regularly see flying around out of Sywell. We tend to fly them, at least a few times a week.
Today I'm flying it 4 times, so by the end of the day, it starts to feel like a comfortable slipper.
Brilliant.
Craig Carmichael from Hull flies microlight planes, but today he's taxiing back to his family in the most famous warplane of them all.
How are we doing?
That's spot on. You can understand why these planes are so good. The actual manoeuvrability of them is fantastic. Did a victory roll, some real sharp turns. I mean, I fly, but not like that. I have an aircraft of my own, but this thing's amazing.
For pilots like Mark Levy, now retired after an airline career, it's a chance to deliver real passenger satisfaction.
Amazing.
I bet you still can't believe you've done that, can you?
Yeah.
It's a complete multi-sensory experience. They're deafened by the sound of the engine, the radio, sun coming through the canopy, vibration, speed, G-forces. I think people like now to have experiences. They don't want to own things, they want life experiences. And flying a Spitfire is a life experience. That's a box you've got to tick.
This business helps make restoration viable, but it's also a passion fueled by meeting many of the men who flew wartime Spitfires and some of the women air transport auxiliary pilots who delivered them.
So this is a signature from Mary Wilkins, a very well-known ATA pilot, and she delivered this aeroplane and then flew it a further 2 times between squadrons. She delivered around 400 Spitfires, maybe more. But yeah, it's just really nice that she lived on the Isle of Wight when the fuselage was being rebuilt, so she was able to swing by the hangar where it was being rebuilt and very kindly signed her name on the cockpit door. And even the right way up, so that when the doors open, you can read it the right way up.
The Spitfire found fame in 1940 when, together with the Hawker Hurricane, it triumphed over Hitler's Luftwaffe in the Battle of Britain. In the years that followed, manufacturers Supermarine constantly updated the plane until they'd increased its top speed by nearly 100 miles an hour. By the end of 1944, the Germans were in retreat, and Allied generals desperately needed speedy intelligence on their troop movements. Once again, the Spitfire came to the rescue.
The Mark 14 came about for the desire to go higher and faster, which is what it's really good at, and get up there very quickly. It's got a phenomenal amount of horsepower, great big 5-blade prop to really turn that horsepower into movement. And obviously they can outpace 90% of everything. But of course, a Spitfire is a fragile aeroplane. A simple pot shot from someone on the ground, if they hit you in the radiator or in the header tank, you've probably got 5 minutes till you're going to be on the ground, whether you like it or not. So yeah, you would feel very vulnerable, definitely.
It's summer 2021, 6 months into the restoration. And for weeks, the Sywell hangar has been closed to outsiders due to COVID. But inside its doors, the work has continued, with the first coats of paint being applied to the rare warbird in the spray bay.
It's been designed to take a whole Spitfire wing and a whole fuselage, and we just do it component by component. What we've found, of course, is that as the Spitfire developed, the camouflage pattern changes. And so we're spending a lot of time poring over old photos and taking lots of measurements, and the idea is that when the airplane's rolled out, it'll be a perfect replication of the camouflage lines that you would have seen if you were back in 1944. When the Spitfire Mark I came along, they used two colours, sort of green and brown, which was a colour called dark green, and dark earth. And what happened is, around 1941 to 42, the war changed, and instead of defending England over the green and brown fields, they were flying over the Channel. So they were looking at ways to make the colours more suitable for those kind of operations. And they're also flying at a higher altitude, so a new concept was developed, but it retained the dark green colour from the Spitfire Mark I, but it replaced the brown shade with a kind of a medium grey colour, which became known as ocean grey.
In 1945, it took 13,000 hours to build one Spitfire using a purpose-built production line. In 2021, COVID is forcing the Sywell team to fall behind on an already ambitious schedule. There's just 7 months to go until delivery day. It's autumn, and after a summer of lockdowns and social distancing, the doors of the restoration hangar are finally open, and the team are desperately trying to make up for lost time.
A vast amount has happened. The internal and external final finish paint is on, as you can tell, and very nice in its 430 RCAF markings, exactly as it would have worn. We've got all the system pipe work going in, which is all new. We're transferring all the tags over from original pipes onto the new pipes just to make sure it's fully authentic.
Lee has completed restoration of the tailplane.
It was all in very good condition, and we didn't really have to manufacture any new parts apart from these fairings. But apart from that, it's completely original, really. So we've painted it silver on the inside, which kind of would have replicated bare metal during the war, because they wouldn't have bothered painting it. You know, there's a war on, so they didn't have time to paint it.
No detail is too small to be restored.
Even things like the pipe work are all good, and you can see their original from their original little data tags in here, just soldered on. So if you wanted the Mark 14 book and looked up that number, that will say it's the pipe that sits in the tail.
The Spitfire's wings were missing, so new ones from an earlier aircraft have been found and adapted to feed its thirsty engine.
So it needs extra fuel, so we put a couple of extra tanks in here and here, which are bag tanks, and they'll fit into there and all be fed to the engine.
While Howard looks after the wings, Lee is being switched to a rush job. The passenger Spitfire needs maintenance.
All right, on your toolbox, don't we?
His new workmate is his dad, who first introduced him to aircraft engineering.
Supposed to be looking after him and his sister when they were really young. And I ended up taking him down the hangar with me when we were at Duxford. And it's just, he's had no chance since then.
Game over from there,
It was game over, really. Bloody wish I've had £1 for every time we've done this.
For an ambitious young engineer, it's a dream job.
I don't think there's many people, certainly at my age, in their 20s, that wake up in the morning and actually look forward to going to work. I woke up this morning and thought, right, today I'm going to go into the paint booth, I'm going to get all the battery tray bits that I made the day before, which Mick, our painter, very kindly painted for us. So, I riveted it all together and I fitted it. You can just see it in the door there, and what's not to like? You come in and you're quite literally building a Spitfire. Very occasionally, Richard asks you to jump in the back, and you kind of look out the window and think, my job is to fix these airplanes and very occasionally go flying on them. I'm incredibly grateful for that, and I forever will be grateful. It's bloody brilliant, to tell you the truth.
There are just 3 months to go until the first flight, and all the components of the Spitfire are coming together, including its fuel system.
Most of it is new, but there are some original parts in there. These two tanks, and obviously the ones on the other side, give it an extra 50 gallons. It's about an extra half an hour's flying anyway, which according to the pilots is good.
Wade is preparing to attach the wings to the fuselage. The steel pins that hold them in place must be a precisely tight fit.
These wings have never been on this aeroplane, obviously, and these spars are new. So we have to remount the holes where the pins go in so that we can get the new bushes in. But it doesn't leave you a lot of tolerance.
In the cockpit, Lee has been fitting the pilot's controls.
When we got all this stick assembly, it was literally a box full of parts, and I looked at it and, I mean, I wouldn't tell you it was a Spitfire control column, but after weeks sitting on the bench measuring and cutting and making tiny little taper pins and bushes and fitting them all in and peening them over, just kind of completes the cockpit really. And even things like the rudder pedals with these really nice brass adjusters, it's just very typically British, isn't it? It looks beautiful. With this, you know, very classic spade grip, it looks really cool.
The long wait for an engine for the Spitfire is finally over. A reconditioned Rolls-Royce Griffon producing 2,000 horsepower has arrived from America.
Thankfully, there's a company in California. They supply quite a lot of the engines we put in the aeroplanes. And luckily, you can kind of phone them up and say, I want one of these. And they've got most of them on the shelf. This one's becoming a bit more rare because there's not many of them around. The nice thing of it is I know that once it goes in, this piece won't be leaking oil. What we put in may still be. We'll be fixing that later.
The first Spitfire with a Griffon engine flew in 1941. With a capacity of 37 litres, it could power 40 modern family cars.
But it also makes it nicer because these sound nice. They sound a lot better.
As well as the hugely powerful engine, the Spitfire's designers did anything they could to improve the plane's speed, including retracting all 3 wheels.
I'm just fitting the tail wheel. We've rebuilt the entire tail for the aeroplane because when we arrived it looked like it kind of came off the seabed. So we've had all the tail planes off, we've had all the skins off.
Lee's also had to rebuild the hydraulic pipes that drive the undercarriage.
You know, because it's typically British, it's just something else to go wrong, isn't it? I think it probably gained you maybe, you know, probably less than 10 knots in the cruise, but I suppose something's better than nothing, isn't it?
But Wade has a problem. The wings can't be permanently attached until some vital components arrive.
Surprisingly, we have the bolts, just not the nuts, and everything being Spitfire is all special. So as soon as we get them, then we can put the landing gear in it, get the wheels retracting, get it back down on the ground.
The deadliest Spitfire is taking shape. But there's only 3 months left and a lot of work to do. And Richard has promised 927's new French owner it will be ready for the 2022 air display season.
He's a youngish fellow, business owner, very savvy chap, but an excellent pilot. I mean, a really, really great pilot. We've watched him fly at various air shows and he's super competent. So he is an owner pilot who will really enjoy flying that aeroplane. People are buying these aeroplanes because in the past 10 years, these things have doubled in value. There was an article written in 2015 for the Goodwood Revival about how a really nice Spitfire was worth £2.5 million, and we were there this year with one for sale for £4.5 million, getting interest. So they're just going up in value, albeit steadily, but better than money in the bank.
It's New Year 2022 in the Sywell hangar.
We've got that push rod. We haven't got the links that go from there to the cable.
Yeah, and we've got the island. This is all painted up and ready to go.
Yeah.
Today the cables that connect the ailerons to the control stick are going in, a job that largely relies on touch. But the next task is even more critical, attaching the huge undercarriage legs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
There's a lot of angles in there to deal with. Whoever designed it was either very clever or very stupid. I can't decide which. Obviously, it's a very skinny wing, and trying to get something very strong into a very skinny wing is tricky, so they've had to make it go up in a very specific way. There's an element of shimming and all that kind of stuff to get it to fit nicely in the wheel bay, which is only just big enough to receive a wheel. And then you've got the hydraulic system to deal with, obviously, which makes it go up and down, and setting all of that up and just rigging everything so that it works properly is a battle in its own right.
The Spitfire's undercarriage was originally retracted by its pilot using a hand pump. By 1945, its weight required high-pressure hydraulics.
I'll have this one. You can have that end. We did.
The legs weigh 50 kilos, and there's only room for 2 people under the wing.
You didn't bring a hanger.
I didn't bring it out, no. That's it, give her a... It's gonna go.
You feel it.
We need a hammer.
I got it.
I'll get hammer.
Wade and Lee must precisely align the leg in the wheel well.
Hopefully this is it and it stays in for keeps now. We'll get in there and do the other side.
The team at Sywell have skills that all but died out 30 years ago.
It's always a battle to get engineers. We're very lucky to have a very skilled workforce here of really good people that all work hard and get along, and we all get along with each other. It's a great environment.
Come forward with the leg weight?
Yes, engineers are hard to find. It's the right engineers. The real problem is with what we do here, we don't currently have the time to train anyone. So if you want to walk through the door and have a job, on day one, I need to be able to say, that Spitfire over there is broken, can you go and fix it, please? And trying to find people capable of doing that, very, very difficult.
Just come down with the leg weight. Okay, up ever so slowly.
Towards the end of the war, Spitfires were almost a ton heavier than the first prototypes. It meant engineers had to develop very rugged landing gear.
Much easier. This is the shock strut, so that piece compresses as it lands, and this whole mechanism moves up and down inside the wheel well. That'd be the axle for the wheel. And then this mechanism up here basically is the lock that locks the wheel down, and it also locks the wheel up once it's in transit and it's moving. This whole mechanism's kind of held in with this one bolt. It stops it from moving in and out, and that bolt there is one of the weaker points on the Spitfire.
The quest for speed also put massive strain on the aircraft's aluminium structure.
All they did is they put big engines in, so the airplanes got heavier and heavier. So all the locking mechanism, the bolts up there on this particular model are quite heavy. They're much bigger than the earlier ones.
It's time to test the undercarriage.
So all we're going to do is turn the gearbox today so we can simulate the hydraulic pump moving. It's not as fast as it would be when the engine's turning it, but for the purposes of what we're doing, it's just fine. So my little battery drill takes a bit of a beating, but it does fine. And then it's basically just going to spin up our accessory box.
The Spitfire has just passed another significant milestone on the journey towards takeoff.
Actually, it's going really well. We've got 2.5 to 3 months left. The timeline's sort of okay. We're supposed to be done in April at some point, and I think we will be. We've been quite lucky that all of the structural elements have gone together really well. We haven't had any major dramas, no wings that wouldn't fit on fuselages and things that you dread. Everything's kind of connected, and we're just in the process of dealing with the fuel system and some of the control system. Still got the tail feathers to go on, and obviously all the removable panels to fit and things like that, but yeah, it's getting there.
But many hurdles remain, and time is running out. Inside the Spitfire hangar at Sywell, business is booming. Winter is when warbird owners want their planes servicing. For Richard, authenticity is everything. In an era when the number of flying warbirds grows every year, he prefers to rescue real planes from wreckage rather than create new ones.
People are building two-seat Spitfires from fundamentally nothing, which is a sign that they are worth a lot of money and there aren't any around. An original two-seat Spitfire like that, with, you know, that's got more combat history than any other surviving Spitfire and is pretty much 85% original now because we just changed the wing spars. It was 90, but now it's about 85. It's got to be worth £6 million at a guess, you know, but of course it's not for sale. Something like this Mustang, you're looking at least £3.5 million. Again, because you've got a very, very usable aeroplane in the form of a Mustang, but actually this one's got 2 seats and 2 sets of controls, so all of a sudden it's even more usable.
Authenticity adds value, and original wreckage can fetch £1 million. But many Spitfires flying today are simply modern copies.
Like gluten-free bread. It's very clever that someone managed to make bread look and feel like bread but with no gluten in it, in the same way that it's very clever that someone has managed to make a Spitfire from absolutely nothing, but gluten-free bread is not bread, and a Spitfire made from nothing is not, in my opinion, a Spitfire.
Richard is now in charge of the family business. His mother has hung up her flying gloves and runs a cattle property in Australia. But their memories of the men and women who flew these planes are still fresh.
It's special for me, of course, because my father rebuilt it, but special because it shot down the first enemy aircraft on D-Day. It shared half of the second aircraft on D-Day. It's got 372 combat hours, 176 operational sorties. We've been lucky enough, because of the era in which it was rebuilt, to have found every pilot that flew it during the war and after and fly them again in the aeroplane when they were in their 60s, you know, so we got all the really good stories. and all of the ground crew that ever worked on it, particularly with 485 Squadron, and fly all of them in it as well, and get all of their stories too. Unfortunately, all of them now have passed away.
Those wartime pilots may have gone, but they live on in a remarkable film archive recently rediscovered in Holland. In 1945, as the Allies advanced into Europe, one young Dutch pilot, Frans van Eyck, filmed his squadron at work and play. The RAF's Mark 14 Spitfires were now so fast they were assigned to catch Hitler's V-1 flying bombs before they could reach London. Some pilots even flew alongside them and overturned them with their wingtips.
I think the tipping element, I don't think they did so much. I think it was definitely more of a shooting down, which is a brave job in its own right. Flying through the deluge that comes off a V1 when you blow it up, having seen the gun camera footage, absolutely petrifying, especially with your fabric-covered elevators. You just sort of spin around and make sure they weren't on fire.
But it was a mission that cost many pilots their lives, including Van Eyck's. It's February 2022, 2 months before the promised delivery, and other aircraft are making way for 2 tons of Rolls-Royce Griffon, which is about to be installed into 927.
So there's lifting hours already on the engine, so most of the weight of the engine is about there. We're going to put a small crane on the front just so we can balance it out a little bit, and then it's actually only got 4 little bolts, so hopefully it all goes pretty easy. Back's aching already. It's pretty close. It's going to come this way slightly. Okay, thank you. You just have to be careful. There's a lot of things that could go wrong. You don't even want to start, but you just have to be gentle. The biggest problem is if it doesn't fit, but it looks a bit tight at the moment, but we're not too bad.
The engine must be precisely aligned to slot into the aluminium engine bearers that will connect it to the fuselage.
Yeah, you know, you got to go up. Oh yeah, load.
But there's a problem. The forklift truck won't fit under the wing.
Okay, stop there. We might have to take something off a forklift. So easy enough, all we have to do is get that one into there. So we've only got to go another 6 inches or so, and then these are the pins that basically hold it together. It's what they call a split push pin. So he's tapered, then he goes down the middle of them and expands them open in the holes. What's the hardest part of fitting the engine? Taking the mirror off the forklift. No, we're hitting something.
I feel like we're crashing into something, right?
Yeah, no, it does feel like we're crashing into something.
However, Wade's enthusiasm to hit the deadline has just set them back.
Yeah, just me being clever, putting things on that shouldn't be on yet. But it's like a magical puzzle piece. It's like unlocking one of the doors so we can put a whole bunch of other parts on now.
That's going to be okay. I've got a good feeling.
Magical big puff.
Experience and a little muscle are inching engine and plane together.
Still moving in yours?
No.
I think you just need to move the tail over a little bit.
Maybe it's a fraction more actually, mate.
What are you caught on? You started now.
We've nearly got a hole, so we're nearly ready to pop a bolt in. All right, can I have a go?
Almost, let me just knock this in.
Just like that.
At last, 2 of the 4 pins are in.
So there is a little bit of movement up and down, so we can just sort of lower the lower ones into place.
It's come up half a ton. So it looks pretty good. Gotta go. There we go. We're on.
We're just sending a picture to boss, showing that we actually put an engine on without dropping it on the floor.
But first, the fuel lines that feed the engine must be installed and connected.
Because this engine's so big, they sort of had to move it as close to the firewall as they could to get the centre of gravity as far back as possible. So it leaves absolutely no room between the firewall and the back of the engine. So one of the biggest challenges is actually making all the hoses and pipes and things in the back here so that they don't hit the engine when you put the engine in.
It means weeks of intricate plumbing work, installing pipes carrying inflammable fluids.
They all kind of weave in the engine and around, so it's a bit of a jigsaw puzzle. We know what most of the pieces are, it's just making them fit in the puzzle.
One mistake at this stage could cause a catastrophic fire when the engine is first started. 927's restoration is entering its final but riskier stage. The magic of the Spitfire shows no signs of fading. and in Surrey, another new vintage warbird is about to take to the sky.
We're going to buddy box on the next flight, so at a sensible altitude, I will have control.
Pensioner Ed Sparks has built his own Spitfire in miniature.
My wife died 2020, and our daughter asked what I was going to do with last year's Christmas present money. And I said, I have no idea. I have no plans to spend it on the holiday, which we were going to spend it on. And a day or two later, I said, I know what I'd like to do. I'd like to put it towards the flight in the Spitfire, which I've wanted to do for 30 years.
In a few weeks, Ed is booked to fly in Richard's Spitfire, but first he has a test flight to carry out.
The last thing I want to do is crash this, which is why I've got a very experienced pilot to do the maiden flight.
We're happy with that, Dave?
Yeah, I think we're okay. I think we're ready to fly.
Are we happy?
Fantastic. Absolutely tickled pink. Brilliant. I've loved building it. But always the thing is it going to fly okay? And it flies beautifully.
4 minutes.
It's April, and in the lanes of Hertfordshire, the last major component of Spitfire 927 is on the move.
We have a nice new shiny propeller for our Mark 14 Spitfire. It's a 5-blade rotor prop, which they've pretty much made from new. It is an amazing work of art, and we're going to go and put it on an aeroplane shortly.
It's bought me a really nice Easter present. It's an exciting day. I don't know when it had a propeller on, mate. 1950s, I think, probably had a prop on.
It was a while ago.
There's 2 oil tubes that come from the front of the engine, and then on the front of the propeller we'll put the cylinder and the piston on, and then that will take oil from the engine, and then it will pump oil either side of the piston to vary the pitch to your desired setting.
When you take off, you need a finer pitch to get more power on your takeoff, and when you're in the cruise, that obviously doesn't help you, so you need a coarser pitch for the sort of cruise and a faster speed.
In 1940, a Spitfire cost £10,000. Today, most of its individual parts sell for more than that.
I don't know how much it costs, but it's lots of thousands. It's more than my yearly wage, I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, if you drive in there, then reverse that way, I reckon it'll be all right.
Actually, a Spitfire propeller now costs in the region of £150,000.
Nice.
We're on. No, we're not a million miles off going flying, to be honest. I reckon a month. A month, maybe less.
Yeah, maybe less.
3 weeks, a month, if we get cracking and don't drink too much beer.
And the team are already beginning to worry about the test flight. The Spitfire Mark 14 had a fearsome reputation among its pilots.
Putting that much power into it does make it a little bit more tricky. Obviously, with such a big propeller, the gyroscopics and stuff make everything a bit more tricky, but it makes it go faster. They're definitely not a Cessna.
Despite having a cubic capacity of nearly 50 modern family cars, the Griffon is so precisely engineered that it can be turned over by hand.
How tight is this engine? Oh, that's lovely. The boys know how to build an engine.
Then the next one.
You happy that's tight?
I think so.
I think the last big thing to do really is the coolant and oil pipes, to run them in the right places and then check they're not leaking. That's about it for running the engine, really.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll just manage the bottom of it as best I can.
But Lee doesn't know his own strength. The streamlined spinner now has a dent its designers never intended.
Oh, you have. In the front.
Is it fair? Yeah, I put a few little dents in actually.
Yeah, you did.
We'll just pop them out. Sorry.
Happily, the dent is soon smoothed out. An engine run is days away. Wade is a happy man.
Yeah, pretty good. We've got a propeller, we fitted it. Now we just need to get all the rest of the puzzle pieces so we can make it turn around.
Nice. That's very cool.
On the other side of the airfield, another important flight is much closer. Ed Sparks is getting ready for takeoff with ex-RAF pilot Mike Ling.
I mean, you're quite tall, aren't you, Ed? That's fantastic.
It's fair to say I'm little boy excited.
That's it, you've got it. Okay. Down into the sea. It was that symbol of freedom back in the 1930s and 40s. I think the name has something to do with it. It's quite a punchy, catchy name, and I think that name Spitfire it said so much about what people did in the summer of 1940 to endure the Battle of Britain. So that's really where the magic of the Spitfire lives.
Right, you ready, Ed?
Yes, I am.
Best noise and smell in the world coming up, I hope.
Right.
Here we go. Wow. There she blows.
Wow.
Soul traffic Spitfire is rolling 2 on right. 1 rolling. Wow. Right, are you ready for some aerobatics, Ed? I'm going to roll now.
Okay. Okay.
And Ed's late wife Jill isn't far from his thoughts.
Let's go and see if we can find Jill on this cloud, shall we?
Hey, I have control.
You have control. There you go. My hands are off. You are flying a Spitfire. Oh, there we go. Look over your left shoulder. Beautiful. There we go.
After half an hour soaring over Northamptonshire, Ed's lifelong ambition has finally been achieved.
Not my best landing, I'm afraid to say.
Fantastic. Well done, sir.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Absolutely brilliant.
It's May 2022, a month after the Spitfire's scheduled completion date, and 927 is about to undergo its final test before taking to the air, the first engine run.
Well, we're already late. So, like any good deadline, it's been and gone. It was supposed to be done at the start of April, and here we are now, 2nd of May. But on a job like this, with the scale of the job that was ahead of us, it's not unreasonable to be a month late.
And inside the fuselage, Lee is still at work finishing the final touches.
You know, modern day now you use P-clips, but we want this to be authentic and look how it would have looked during the Second World War, so we're spending hours and hours making these tiny little phenolic blocks.
Wade's busy with a critical part of the plane. This is a high-stakes day.
We're just checking out the movement in the propeller governor. So governor controls the pitch on the propeller. So it's buried down in the hole, and I'm just making sure that it's got the right range of movements, really.
The primary danger is issues with the oil system, whereby the engine doesn't get oil pressure, even that for a short period of time, and the engine's dead. You know, for a moment's lack of concentration, you'll kill it.
For this crucial test, the boss is taking the controls.
Is the fuel on? No. And have we checked the oil level? All right. Just going to flood the carb. Air up.
But all is not as it should be. Time for a second try.
Air up.
And the Griffin roars. For the first time in 75 years, 927 is ready to fly. Almost.
I'm just monitoring the instruments to make sure that they behave how I want them to behave. So that means I want lots of oil pressure. I don't want the coolant temperature to be rocketing, and I don't want the oil temperature to be rocketing. I want them to just be steadily warming up like any normal aeroplane. So essentially what I'm looking for is normality. And what the two chaps either side of it are looking for is anything that's falling out of it.
Richard is still finding his way around an unfamiliar cockpit.
There is a gen switch. That way. Thank you. We really need some placards. I was looking for it for ages. But you don't want to start flipping switches, do you? Like,
They're loud, old, rough old things, Griffins. You do forget it's ear-shattering in the cockpit, but I mean great ear-shattering, but ear-shattering nonetheless. But yeah, all a success really. There's a couple of things that you just notice once something's running, things jiggle themselves around in the cockpit and you go, oh, there's a washer we lost. Obviously we've circulated all the systems, so now we really need to have a really good look at all of our hoses and make sure that we've not got any tiny little weeps and leaks and stuff. Obviously also make sure we've not shaken anything loose.
All that remains now is fitting the final missing parts.
So that dog bowl needs to go in before fuel tanks can go in.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a brilliant aeroplane when it's done. These Griffon Spitfires are, certainly from a performance standpoint, my favourite mark of Spitfire because they're the highest performance there is. But yeah, they have their idiosyncrasies. You don't necessarily want to fly one every day because they're quite exciting.
Finally, 14 months after the remains of Spitfire 927 arrived in the Sywell hangar, she's ready to fly.
First flight of any restoration is always a bit, I suppose, nerve-wracking in a way, although of course we've checked and triple-checked and quadruple-checked everything, so it really should be absolutely risk-free, but of course this is the first time it's flown since the 50s, so undoubtedly there's some trepidation.
The weather is perfect, but a last-minute fault could still send the team back to the workbench. Everything must be checked and double-checked.
For me, this is the first Spitfire that I've been involved with start to finish on the restoration side, so it is bloody exciting. It will be, it's going to be a good day.
For the engineering team, it's a tense time.
We're just copper wire in this little ball here, so that's the jettison for the canopy. So you pull that and these little pins come out here, and then the canopy is no longer present.
The boss's life depends on the quality of their work. There are no more checks to do.
Then it's pretty much all up to Richard, really, not me. Don't mark it.
Wartime pilots regarded Spitfires fitted with a Griffon engine as the hardest to fly. Dozens were lost in accidents, as the torque of its huge 5-bladed propeller forced planes to veer off the runway. 927 is scheduled to fly for just 30 minutes, straight and level with only gentle manoeuvres. But this test flight will require all of Richard's skill.
Yeah, why he's got a smile on his face, that's always a good sign. It's a rare sight, get a picture of that. There we go.
But almost as soon as the Spitfire taxis out, there seems to be a problem.
He's coming back.
Yeah. I'm tired.
The brakes, vital to slowing down the aircraft after landing, aren't biting.
You need a bit of bite.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to suggest other than maybe now it's done a bit of taxing.
Yeah, pull that wheel off.
Pull both wheels off.
Yeah,
and scuff out the brakes. Typically with new brakes they never work that brilliantly, simply because they need to bed in a lot like the brakes on your car inside the first 200 miles. But of course 200 miles of taxiing in an aeroplane takes quite a while. 200 miles of flying not so long, but the taxiing would take quite a while. All the way around it.
I'm with you, yeah. Righto, mate.
Sandpaper should solve the problem, but the engine is also producing smoke.
Black smoke is always fuel and white smoke's oil. But yeah, it's just a bit rich, so there's a little knob on the carb, so which, clockwise to give it more fuel, anti-clockwise to give it less fuel. So just going to give that half a turn and try it now and read the book and just set the mixture up properly at this stage. You're in.
Clear prop.
And India Victor is heading in turn, runway 21.
North India Victor, surface wind 320 degrees, 15 knots. Golf Sierra Sierra, Sywell Spitfire now airborne.
It's a moment of relief for the whole team, as another Spitfire joins the worldwide ranks of just 60 flying survivors of Britain's most famous fighter.
The rate of climb on it is truly staggering. That Griffon engine has just got so much power. And to give you an idea, if the throw of the throttle lever is about a foot, we're using about 4 inches. So, if you actually open that thing up all the way, it's in the cruise, a normal Spitfire goes just under 200 knots. This is doing 230 knots. So, you're talking a huge speed increase even at the low powers. Once you actually open the power up, you sit there and go, oh, hang on, I'm doing nearly 300 knots in level flight.
He hasn't come straight back. It's a novelty.
Ask us again when he's landed.
Exactly.
That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say anything until it's landed.
I'm going to put it out there and say it's the first time that a Mark 14 has really been done to the original spec. I mean, the power of it is just, I mean, it's very hard to convey. You know, we've got similar horsepower aeroplanes. They weigh 5,000 kilos, and this weighs half that with over 2,000 horsepower. I mean, it is just a hell of a tool. But of course, the Mark 14 performance-wise is probably one of the highest performing warbirds I've ever flown. So they are very exciting things to fly.
Spitfire, very short final to land 03 visual, the target no factor, but I am landing.
Nicely done.
It's landed, it's not leaking, going, so yeah, good go.
I remember it coming to the hangar and yeah, the bloody tail looked like it came off the seabed and the fuselage looked like a luminous yellow cigar and just some dodgy primer, and now to see it as in my opinion, a bloody nice looking aeroplane, and to see it fly for the first time today, it's bloody good. It's very rewarding.
Everything's perfect, yeah. It's perfect, yep. Everything, VSI, everything.
Beer's going to taste good tonight.
It's nice.
Did it fly a little bit?
It does, oh yeah, no, it's lovely. It needs a bit of rudder.
The deadliest Spitfire is on course still to be flying 100 years after it was built. A fitting memorial to the pilots who used it to write history in the sky. The 1960s in the skies over Vietnam, and America's supersonic jets go to war for the first time. Western high technology versus communist jungle fighters with rifles.
We needed help to find the bad guys.
Into the front line steps an elite team of pilots flying an unlikely secret weapon.
It's definitely an iconic aircraft.
This is the extraordinary story of one woman's 5-year quest to put a forgotten relic of the Vietnam War back into the air.
I became obsessed with wanting to see a bird dog, and I was determined one day I will have a small part in one if I possibly can.
Told through the lost tapes of Vietnam. The sound of air combat recorded by the pilots themselves.
Pilot lead is hit, tail out, tail out.
Shona Bowman and her partner Laurie Gregoire earn their livings in the sky.
I fly big aeroplanes for a living, so I'm a captain on an Airbus, flying passengers around Europe.
I fly from one of the smaller airports in London, flying twin-engine jets.
But on their days off, they indulge their love for a very different sort of aviation on a small airfield in Berkshire.
Flipper up! In the light aeroplane, you're very much reliant on seat-of-the-pants flying. It's real proper hand-eye coordination and feeling the aeroplane.
Delaware traffic, Golf, Lima Golf, departing runway 23, Mumbai.
It's something that we are able to just hop in and go and enjoy.
Aviation is definitely a passion that both of us share.
A nice day in the end.
All right now, isn't it?
All right now.
But that passion is about to be tested by an ambitious restoration project. This pile of corroded aluminium is a Cessna bird dog, a rare relic of the Vietnam War.
In Vietnam, forward air controllers inspect the little planes they call bird dogs.
San and tower to Molly 17, ready for takeoff. I'll wait for these choppers to sit down.
Before taking off to seek out the evasive Viet Cong.
The tiny bird dog was the conflict's most unlikely warplane, an unarmed single-engined light aircraft, barely capable of 100 miles an hour, but it was credited with saving thousands of lives from friendly fire. Now Shona and Laurie are determined to return this one to the sky.
It's going to be a bit like putting the jigsaw puzzle back together again.
It's not going to be unachievable. It's just how much work it's going to take.
The bird dog's been something that I've been passionate about for a long time. I kind of think it sparked from at school doing English. We had to do some book studies, and I started reading accounts of people that had been in the Vietnam War. And that just sparked my imagination, and I became obsessed with wanting to see a bird dog. Yeah, from there on I was determined one day I will have a small part in one if I possibly can.
In Vietnam in the late 1960s, American troops were bogged down in a jungle war with an often invisible enemy.
Our job is to find him and then to destroy him. But because the enemy over here is fighting basically an unconventional war, he does not rely on holding terrain.
The communist North Vietnamese army and Viet Cong guerrillas, backed by China, were taking a terrible toll on thousands of conscript GIs.
These men have just emerged from many long days of combat, during which they faced and fought the Viet Cong.
The generals saw air power as the answer, but fast jet pilots like Colonel Steve Ladd, who flew 200 strike missions in Phantom jets, found that hitting small groups of fighters concealed by the jungle canopy was almost impossible without help.
We tried never to go below about 450 knots. We needed help to find the bad guys.
The targets are hidden behind a mantle of dense vegetation.
The answer was the Forward Air Controller, or FAC, a pilot specially trained to find and mark targets.
The forward air controller makes his search for the seemingly invisible enemy.
Who's after the north?
Spotting his quarry, he marks the area for fighter aircraft to swoop down and rake Viet Cong troop concentration.
First white smoke. Yeah, that's a trap.
The bird dog proved remarkably effective, and it quickly became as feared by the Viet Cong as the bomb-laden jets it controlled.
The facts were tremendous. I can't say enough about those guys. Their job was basically to do what our eyes couldn't, and that's find the bad guys, put us on to where they were, and give us the information we needed to hit them. We could never have done it without them.
Adam 11, Loralo 17, your target today is some new bunkers.
A lot of the stories of the guys who flew them are really quite incredible. It's definitely an iconic aircraft. It was always Shona's dream to have a bird dog. What I have got is time and an engineering company, so we went looking for a project and we found one.
Shona's teenage fascination with a war that ended before she was born took an expensive twist when she saw a gliding club in Hawaii was selling this bird dog for $15,000. But as soon as it arrived, it became clear 60 years had taken their toll on its aluminium structure.
As we took more and more of it apart, we found more and more interesting things that were not as they should have been. And it was blindingly obvious, most of it. So it snowballed for a little while.
It's a delicate balance to repair the bits that need repairing and to clean it up and to make it look beautiful, but to still keep the character and the history of the aircraft and the airframe.
For the last 18 months, Shona and Laurie have been rebuilding the fuselage, but the major part of this restoration is just about to begin.
Well, we haven't really had a chance to look at the wings yet. We've had them stripped, so the paint's off them, but we need to get those surfaces off and have a look and see how much corrosion we've got in there, how much work needs doing there. Lives, not least their own, will depend on Laurie spotting every one of hundreds of faults in the plane.
So here is the original US Army parts catalogue for the aeroplane. And we're looking for the page that's got the flap cable system. We've got to go through that system, find out what we've got, what we're missing, and then ultimately we're going to go and find those new ones, or if we can't find it, we're going to have to make it.
The aircraft's control surfaces, the elevators, ailerons and flaps, are operated by wire cables connected directly to the pilot's control stick.
Literally bags and bags of bits, some of which we took out, some of which just arrived. I've got more bags of bits in boxes, places, which I don't know what they are. So we're going to have to put them all out on the bench, find out what we've got.
It's obviously de-rigged to be shipped across from Hawaii. And so it's just a chance to get everything out and have a look at the condition and decide what cable is actually usable.
Hundreds of flat balloons.
Laurie is starting work on the wings and the cables to the ailerons.
That bush does not look like it's too worn out. It's got a bit of wear, but not too much. So I think that's probably fairly recent.
The bird dog was towing gliders until its sale. Incredibly, Laurie is finding faults that could easily have caused a fatal crash.
You don't need to be a genius to see that that cable is rotten through.
So that one's knackered completely. It's like eating an elephant. You've got to take one bite at a time. That's a knackered cable. Completely rotten where it goes through a pulley.
Many parts will need replacing, but in the 1960s, the US military ordered components on a massive scale.
During our tour in the Republic of Vietnam, we have all seen what communism can do to a struggling nation in our world community.
At its peak in 1969, 500,000 American troops were in the combat zone. By the time they were withdrawn in 1973, after 17 years of fighting, some estimates put the cost to the US Treasury at more than $800 billion. But that colossal spending is unexpectedly paying dividends for Shona and Laurie.
We thought, just out of interest, I'll start looking around to see if I could find some parts. And you just start hunting around, and the more people I asked, the more people it led on to. And I ended up with parts coming from about a dozen different places in the States and some in Europe as well.
Yeah, so it was put into this bag 24th of January 1968.
Yep.
And hasn't come out since, I don't think. It's great that actually collectors over the years have squirreled these things away and have managed to hang on to them. And now, thanks to the internet, we can just Google search what part we're missing, and quite often we'll find it comes up. So yeah, it's great.
Every day, parcels are arriving at the hangar with brand new components bought online, usually in America. Many have lain on shelves for 60 years.
We were amazed when we got an exhaust that we needed from the States, wrapped in paper, dated 1973, and two big bits of history, I suppose, the Watergate issue, and unbelievably also down in the small print, Vietnam's ceasefire review on in Paris.
Colonel Steve Ladd was one of a generation of young Americans who found themselves fighting an unpopular war.
I finished pilot training in '68, went to the fabulous Phantom for 6 months of upgrade training, and then, as most of us did in those days, it was straight over to Southeast Asia for a combat tour, because we were pumping people in and out like crazy. The press was full of it. You could almost taste the distaste for the war. Whenever you'd open your hometown paper, there would be that page that was dedicated to folks that had gone out to Vietnam and didn't return.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Coming up. And keep it upright. I've got the twist.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Today's task is to look for structural damage around the spars, the metal beams that give the wings their strength.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take this skin off, which stretches all the way to the other end. It's a single piece of metal. It's held into the spar along the leading edge the whole way, so we've got to drill all these rivets out very carefully so we don't damage the spar. It's got to be a few hundred.
This is a delicate process. These rivets were put in by Cessna's engineers in the late 1950s. Now each must be replaced.
Quite prone to corrosion, and here we have a very nasty bit where it's basically gone all the way through and turned it into powder, really.
Laurie has already found major structural problems.
Just peel it away with your fingers, and that's not any good for going flying with, especially not in the spar.
And it looks like the aluminium skin of the right wing isn't going to come off without a fight.
I don't believe it. It is, it's the anchor nuts. Okay.
Whether the left wing is in an equally bad state remains to be seen. The bird dog may have seemed a bargain, but rebuilding her is costing tens of thousands of pounds in labour alone. It's November 2020, and the worldwide COVID pandemic has proved an unexpected bonus for Laurie and Shona. Grounded by the airline, they've had plenty of time to work on their Vietnam warbird.
We've done quite a lot in the past few months. The outside of the fuselage is now painted. So this is now structurally complete and ready to start fitting out with control systems and wiring. Before we start that though, we've got to finish the wings.
Shona is busy in the cockpit.
This was the instrument panel that was fitted in it when we had it shipped from Hawaii. So a bit of a mismatch of various bits, some original, some probably fitted later, we don't know. We believe the airframe's been in constant flying service since it was first built. It's never been out of service. That's history, that is. under my nails. So I think the guys very much did fly it by feel. These aircraft became hated because they knew that if the forward air controllers were there, what was likely to come next was the bombers with the napalm and everything else.
One extra piece of equipment in some American cockpits was the newly invented cassette recorder, capturing the frenetic sound of combat in the air for the first time.
Okay, so your contact on your run on the white smoke that's short and it runs up to your last bomb, the brown smoke. If you could start it off there at the white and run it up to the brown. Okay, and the first white smoke? Yeah, that's it.
They used to refer to it, and we would always agree, as being about as busy as a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest.
It'll take about 5 minutes to get the choppers back in.
They were trying to plot bad guys and good guys.
Have you on target at 05.
They were trying to coordinate the fighters that they were shepherding on board.
Look at your target coordinates now.
And, oh, by the way, people were shooting at them. It's the kind of job where you probably lost a lot of weight and sweat on every mission. They never had an opportunity to let up until they said, I'm out of fuel, I'm going home.
Leeds Winchester.
They earned our respect. They did a wonderful job.
Roger, sir. A real pleasure working with you.
Back in the hangar, Laurie has had to totally rebuild the plane's left wing, thanks to its eventful later life in the salty air of Hawaii.
This is the left wing inboard leading edge. You see there's particularly bad corrosion. There's corrosion on every rivet head, all the way across, huge surface areas of corrosion. And then here at the root end, someone's put a horrible patch on here where it's really badly corroded on the inside. There were a few horrors in there that wouldn't have lasted much longer and potentially actually could have killed someone.
Once again, military surplus stores have come to the rescue.
This is a new inboard leading edge section. We know very little about it, actually. It would have been made probably in the 1950s, and I actually found it in a warehouse in New Jersey. They put some on eBay. Being able to just take this out of box, paint it, and put it on with everything lining up will save us several hundred hours worth of work. This particular part, unbelievably, was only $100. The cost of this was less than the cost of the metal to make one.
The restoration is taking much longer than either of its owners imagined.
We've had it for 3 years now. The progress has been going steady. It goes through times when it accelerates, time when it's slowed down. I'm optimistically saying we're nearing the end now.
I always tell people when we're doing a repair, the last 5% takes 50% of the time. And I wouldn't say we've done 95% of it yet, so it's probably got another 4 to 6 months worth of work left to do.
And the next challenge is recreating the Bird Dog's vintage US Air Force livery. The next few weeks will be dominated by long hours in the spray shop. It's May 2021, and with most commercial flights still grounded, Laurie and Shona have been making the most of their downtime. The Bird Dog is now back in uniform.
We had to do some really quite extensive repairs to the wings, and so there's been a big change since you were last here because they're back together, they've been painted. We've got the decal on the top, which has really made it feel like the finished article. To get the American stars and bars on it is fantastic.
You can come and have a look at the fuselage if you like. Working just from the back, you can start to see we've got control cables being run through at the back here and wires for things like the nav lights at the tail. And in here we've got control systems going in for the throttle quadrants. They're all interconnected, and now we're starting to fit control systems through the firewall as well for the engine controls, ready for the engine to go in. The wings are over here on a rack. Basically, they're ready to bolt on. All the fuel tanks are in.
Daylight hours have been spent with spanners. Evenings have been dedicated to tracking down rare spares to bring the Bird Dog back to military spec.
So this is the rocket control panel, and it's a very simple system. You open the guard, you arm that rocket, and then there's a trigger on the pilot's control column.
These smoke rockets were used to mark targets on the ground, which would then be attacked by strike jets.
Right off my left wingtip, the target area is along this little small creek. Do you have that? I'll go ahead and put a mark in whenever you're ready.
So the rocket's very basic. Warhead at the front, that screws into a solid fuel rocket motor. At the end of the rocket motor, there's 4 nozzles where the solid fuel comes out and a little ignition nozzle. And the ignition wire from this little pad will fire the rocket motors, and as it comes out the tube, the spring-loaded fins will fold out, and it starts it spinning, basically, with the fins unfolded like that.
The red marks the target location for the delivery of close air support. It is only 40 yards from our own forces.
4 bunkers destroyed, 1 footbridge destroyed, 1 structure destroyed. Roger, and it was real fine bombing. I haven't seen slicks delivered that good in a long time. Sure enjoyed working with it.
Shona and Laurie are determined the cockpit of their bird dog will be as authentic as possible.
This is going to go on the firewall, and it's basically upholstery with acoustic lining on the back, and we've had to make this from scratch.
It all needed finishing off into a nicely stitched up panel because it's quite a complex shape, so I had to call the expertise of my mother in, who's quite good at all that sewing and enjoys using her fancy new sewing machine. Basically goes down into the front here, up into the firewall, like that.
And there's a new urgency to the restoration. The bird dog has been invited to next year's Goodwood Revival, the UK's biggest and most prestigious festival of vintage cars and aircraft. There's a lot of work to do and not much time.
Battery on.
It's a summer's day in Surrey, and Shona is taking time out from the workshop. She heads up a charity giving disabled young people a taste of freedom in the sky.
We like to use our tagline that we'll take anybody with a disability flying, and that really is the case.
Taking off Golf uniform.
So we've got the full extremes from ex-military guys wounded in Afghanistan to children born with life-limiting conditions. We've got people with learning disabilities, autistic conditions and visual impairment, absolutely everything.
And just open the air brakes now. Open the air brakes. That's all right. Okay.
And people with disabilities the opportunity to do something they never thought would be possible. And it opened up the world to them.
Shona's fascination with a long-forgotten war on the other side of the world began when she was a teenager herself.
Vietnam Above the Treetops was a book that just sparked my imagination. I was quite lucky that I learned to fly while I was at school. I'd just done my private pilot's licence. I'd started flying glider tugs, which were tailwheel, single-engine aircraft. And so actually when it came to reading this book, it was something I could really relate to. The guy that wrote it, John Flanagan, it's his account really from when he was flying training in the States to his tour in Vietnam. So that was his job, to be airborne at the beginning of the day, coordinating from the air while flying solo, using 4 different radios.
We'll give you a target coordinates now.
Taking ground troops that were maybe under fire, locating them, target marking by dropping smoke grenades, sometimes literally out of the window dropping a smoke grenade, getting out the way while the airstrikes would come in.
Once again, just in that general area.
And then going back again to check whether there was any casualties, and they maybe coordinate medevacs. So they were the eyes and the ears and the controllers really of a lot of the conflict in Vietnam.
And that'll be about all for today, Healy.
Today, Shona and Laurie are about to come face to face with a friend of pilot and author John Flanagan.
Good morning to Shona and Laurie.
Daryl Whitcomb was a forward air controller who flew bird dogs in Vietnam and went on to direct hundreds of airstrikes on enemy positions.
We're going to talk about combat aviation, is that right?
We are, absolutely.
Okay, let's begin. Let's do this.
The bird dog was at the centre of America's battle to win hearts and minds in a war where civilians were often the victims of friendly fire.
Precautions to eliminate needless casualties should be taken whenever possible. One example of how this can effectively be accomplished is the Air Force's practice of carefully marking targets so they can be hit with pinpoint accuracy.
Okay, so your contact on the run on the white smoke that's short when it runs up to your last bomb, the old brown smoke, if you could start it off there at the white and run it up to the brown.
The bird dog's pilots were also often asked to coordinate attacks within feet of their own troops or local villagers, as well as Americans, Australians, New Zealanders and South Vietnamese pilots flew as facts.
30 meters to the right. Okay, and the first white smoke? Yeah, that's a fair.
The little plane's smoke rockets were the aiming point for the jets and their bombs. One mistake could kill dozens of friendly troops.
I said, I think those guys are going to regret they ever shot at those choppers. Roger that.
Using the O-1 as a forward air controller aircraft, we would directly support our ground forces. That's called close air support. And we were masters at that because when we would bring in fighter bombers or artillery fire, we had to remember that the weapons that we're delivering there are neutral. They don't care who they kill. These are extremely dangerous weapons. So the trick was always to make sure we put it on the bad guys and not on the good guys.
There's absolutely no doubt that the facts in that respect certainly saved a lot of lives. They were doing a job that was, quite honestly, far more dangerous than ours was. They were heartily disliked by the guys on the ground because they knew that this little airplane buzzing around up there over the top of them was capable of bringing in fire and brimstone on a grand scale. They never bought their own drinks.
With thousands of hours now invested in the project and a test flight becoming a reality, advice on handling the rare bird dog from a fellow pilot could prove to be invaluable.
As soon as you're on the ground, I pull that stick right back in my lap and hold that tail wheel on the ground. The landing gear themselves were not that strong, and if you did a really hard ground loop, you could tear one of your sponsons there until the airplane's busted.
Yeah,
you learn real quick. And on more than one occasion, I put it down on a long straight road.
Gosh.
No flight over enemy territory was safe.
Hello, Moonbeam, pintail lead.
Steve Ladd recorded the moment his Phantom was almost hit by 57mm anti-aircraft fire over the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
Okay, pintail lead is in. Ah, oh, that's big. Look at that. It is. That's Charlie. I just blacked out.
Steve made it home.
That's 57. That waters your eye.
Others were not so lucky.
Lead is hit.
Bird dogs were often crucial to saving pilots who'd been shot down. With enemy troops close by, the Americans had little time to bring in rescue helicopters, and coordination was vital.
Got a black smoke down here at my 9 o'clock now.
Most of us, if not all of us, I think, thought it would be far, far preferable to go down in a cloud of dust than it would be to be captured. There was always that little nagging fear, not about dying, but about getting caught.
That's an airplane up there.
Many pilots owed their lives to bird dogs guiding rescue teams and often coordinating strikes to suppress Viet Cong fire, but the risks were huge.
In essence, when we lost an airplane, we had a couple of guys go down, and it was time to try to get them out. The war basically ground to a halt.
Once the pilot fires his smoke flare, we've got to move in fast, because the VC know where he is, just like we do.
Fact would have been the guy that saw him go down. He would have seen where the chutes went. In the meantime, everybody with a throttle and a stick wanted to help. And everybody was going to head for that direction. Now the fact is the guy who had to choreograph it all.
Our people are drifting right down in the village, about 2 miles from the smoke.
Once the search and rescue teams got in, they took over that responsibility. But right at the beginning, after somebody took a hit and had to jump out, it was the fact that was playing traffic cop with everybody else in town. Probably the most gratification we ever got over there was getting a downed pilot out of that situation.
It's estimated 1.3 million people died in the Vietnam War. 60,000 American and Allied servicemen, 65,000 civilians. It became a controversial chapter of US history, and many veterans were subjected to abuse by civilians when they returned. Now most vets are pensioners, and their memoirs sell well.
A dear friend of mine who's now passed away, unfortunately, John Flanagan, wrote a book called Vietnam Above the Treetops. I knew John very well.
Did you? Well, that is amazing, actually, because his account is the whole reason that we've gone down this journey. It was definitely his story that really captured my imagination.
That book, to me, represents something very important. The guy had a great story to tell. And quite honestly, it's not bragging if you actually did it.
Laurie and Shona can't wait to get behind the controls of their very own bird dog. And with a bit of luck, there'll soon be some controls to get behind.
So I think you saw this in its original form and it's been completely taken apart. The instrument panel was stripped. There's actually been some new holes cut and it's been repainted. All the instruments have been taken out, cleaned up, and some of them have been replaced, but we've kept as many of the original ones as we can, and we're putting it all back together again now.
And this has become a race against time. The prestigious Goodwood revival is now just 6 months away. If they miss the deadline, the plane won't be eligible another year.
Right, tighty, lefty, loosey. No? Not allowed to say that, I get in trouble.
We'd love to have it there. We'd love to have it in its authentic finish with the rockets and everything. Yeah, it would be amazing.
But COVID restrictions are now being eased, and with day jobs to go to, the project will inevitably slow down.
As we're coming out of it now, then we're going to go back to work, which is a good thing for the aviation industry. Maybe not such a good thing for the bird dog project.
It's June 2021, and the airline industry is slowly returning to the skies. But the limited flight schedule has allowed Shona and Laurie a little more time in the workshop.
So we'll lift it up, and then what I'm going to get you to do is you need to hold these bolts in, stop them being pushed back.
With just 3 months to go before the Goodwood revival and the bird dog's first public appearance, they need to refit the engine.
It's quite a heavy lump, and we've got to line it up nicely. And you'll see that slightly unusually, the bearer's fitted to the engine first. We're going to offer the bearer up.
They're reuniting plane and engine using muscle power alone.
Okay, stop there, Laurie. So, down a little bit then, Shona, here. Okay, so we are engaged here.
Just 4 bolts link plane with engine, and within minutes, all are in place.
Okay, so yeah, up you come, Shona. There we go. That's the last one. You just do it up tight, Pete, and we'll torque it afterwards. 4 bolts for the whole engine, that's it. It's fairly normal. And then we've got 4 bolts, similar size, holding the engine to the bearer itself. There we go. That seems good. You got any tendency to lift, Pete?
No, it's all right.
Bring it all the way down. We'll take the straps off.
The bird dog may look a long way from completion, but Laurie and Shona remain confident they'll make it to Goodwood.
Mid-June now, so 2 months.
And almost everything system-wise is done apart from a few nuts and bolts, so it's just fitting new bits now, and we'll see how we get on. Rear spar, front spar, strut lower. Don't mix them up.
A few days later, and it's the last major structural hurdle before the test flight.
So today we are going to attempt to put the wings on. It's the next stage of the project to get us finished in time to take it to Goodwood.
I'm really excited. It's going to be so nice to see it with the wings on, especially now they're being painted.
Ultimately, the rig of the aeroplane is very important, and it's not something that's adjustable. So we're going to find out today whether all those pickup points for the wing have all gone back where they needed to. Are we at about the right distance? That's it. No, too much. Okay, down a tiny bit. You need to come down a little bit at the tip and gently forward.
It would undo an awful lot of work if we caused any damage at this point. So it's going to be fiddly, it's going to be tricky. It's just moving it around to get the holes lined up and the bolt in. But yeah, we definitely don't want to be dropping it.
Pause. We're going to need a taper bolt making, Pete.
It's a tea break for the crew and a trip to the machine shop for Laurie.
Right. Let's go grind it down. We need to pull the spar parts together. And the best way of doing that is to feed something tapered in.
Even a few thousandths of an inch might make all the difference.
What we might do is go and put those bolts in the freezer.
If you freeze them, they're going to contract a bit, and it'll just make them a little bit smaller, hopefully.
Right, we have a bullet.
And the tapered bolt, or bullet, finally does the job, along with a few hammer blows.
Bolts in.
Is it in?
Yeah, that's not coming out. Done. Bolts are in.
One wing on.
Thank you very much.
Who's test flying?
She won't let me.
No, I'm not letting Laurie.
Now it's time to fit the left wing. This time, it's personal.
It took me 6 months to build this wing. Yeah. This is the one changed the main spiral. It's very close now. Just a smidge more, Pete.
But with lessons learned, work increases pace.
Never again. I'm never doing another metal aeroplane, that's for sure. It's going to be blooming fiddly to put all the cables in. You need the help of someone with small hands.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's it.
There you go. Your wings are on. That's what you wanted. Second one's always easier than the first one.
The end is in sight.
So we're now at a stage where we can put all the control surfaces on, get those all rigged up, make it fit to fly.
Well, it's a milestone event, isn't it? There are certain big visual progress stages, and this is probably the biggest one yet. So it's a great sense of satisfaction. Yeah, it looks fantastic. So I think we've earned ourselves a cup of tea, and then we'll carry on.
I think we have, yeah.
Let's go and put the kettle on.
It's September 2021, only a couple of weeks until the Goodwood revival. After 4 years, the reborn bird dog is finally ready for its first test flight. But until the Civil Aviation Authority has approved the restoration work, it can't fly.
It's all ready to go. The inspector came on Monday and has given it the approval, but we're still waiting for the magic piece of paper in our hand. So we're just waiting for that permit to be issued, which will get printed, and then it's good to go.
The bird dog will even be armed with realistic rockets.
One of the guys here is a bit of a whiz with a 3D printer, and yeah, he's come up with these, which are absolutely fantastic. They weigh a bit less than the original, but yeah.
With everything ready and perfect weather conditions, all they can do is wait with test pilot John Corley for an email from the man from the ministry. They wait and wait, then the paperwork arrives.
It says we've got a permit to fly, so here it is. It's come out of the printer, and better give it to the man in charge of the aeroplane. So there you go, one permit to fly.
Thank you very much. So basically it's just a shakedown flight to make sure the aircraft flies straight, make sure the engine performs as we're expecting, and make sure there's just no horrible bugs that are going to catch us out.
Because you've got a course pitch prop on it, you'll want a lower idle, I suspect, otherwise the approach is going to be more difficult.
Laurie and Shona can only watch and hope as 4 years of work lines up for takeoff.
It's a culmination of a massive amount of effort, a massive amount of time, and the help of all sorts of people, so it's really pleasing to see it looking this good, out in the sunshine. Couldn't have picked a better day, really.
If it is an engine failure, we find a suitable field.
And Golf Victor November Alpha Mike, we're ready whenever you are.
T's and B's are good. Here we go. RPM, pitching for 80 miles per hour. Just there, it's giving us about 1,300 foot per minute at the moment.
It was airborne a bit quicker than we expected. It's quite a strong headwind today, and it's obviously got a good performance, so it's great news.
Definitely, I think, yeah.
Yeah. Invested a lot of time and love and energy into it, and so 4 years of hard work finally pays off.
What will follow is a strict series of tests.
2,100 RPM per cruise. Okay, hands off. Just flying nice and straight.
John is testing every aspect of the plane.
So in the cruise, we're getting about just over 100 miles per hour.
This project has certainly tested its restorer's relationship.
It's something we are both incredibly passionate about, so it's a perfect project for us, really.
I don't think anybody else would be understanding of each other who wanted
No,
to.
you definitely need someone understanding to put up with doing a project for this long, for this many hours, who's going to understand how worthwhile it is at the end.
Turn into your slightly to the right, a ground trim required.
In Vietnam, bird dogs excelled at flying for long periods at slow speeds, but too slow and gravity takes over.
Still Warner at 53, 54.
This is the riskiest part of the test. One mistake now, and the bird dog could plunge into a potentially lethal spin.
Slipped quite hard back, it's all the way back. Slightly wing drop and the nose drop. Quite a benign stall.
Well, he hasn't come straight back, so we haven't got a major issue at least.
Heavy traffic Golf for Victor November Alpha Mike is 1 mile to the north to join downwind to land runway 13.
Tail down Wheeler. Didn't quite three-point it.
It's a moment of relief for the bird dog's owners.
Now it's bouncing around, let us know tomorrow. Thanks, John. If you could taxi it round to the other hangar, and we'll have a look round.
Okay. Avionics coming off and shutting the engine down.
It was great little aircraft. It's been built really well. There's nothing really that needs doing to it. It's good to go.
Woohoo!
I was enjoying myself, and yeah, I chose to have a little bit of a play around while I was up there just to make sure everything's good. But of course, all in the realms of flight testing.
Just a short list of snags and some helpful tips on handling.
Stick right back here.
It just mushes, doesn't it?
And then before you realise, yeah, you're actually going down.
It just mushes, yeah.
For Laurie and Shona, soon they'll hopefully be able to down the tools and don their flying suits.
It's sort of the next stage for us that now we get to go and get to know it and go flying.
And who gets the first flight?
Oh, I think Shona's going to get the first go.
We're going to have to toss a coin, to be completely honest with you.
There's no way without doing the work ourselves, without actually buying essentially what was a cheap aeroplane from the other side of the globe, we would never be able to own an aeroplane like we do. And so, yeah, it's been a hard slog, but it's absolutely been worth it. Okay?
We've spent, 4 years of our lives, thousands of hours gone into this, not inconsiderable amount of money. Has it all been worth it? Well, yeah, of course it has.
After nearly 5 years of hard work and 4,000 hours in the workshop, it's time for Shona's Vietnam dream to take flight.
She'll start first time, hopefully.
Should be all right.
Give it another little time. Okay, clear prop.
The engine is less than enthusiastic.
Looks like it's all up and running all right.
Just as its military pilots did in the 1960s and 70s, Shona's doing it by the book.
Okay, you look good. The green there. Hatches and harnesses, you're in.
Yeah, all secure. Locked.
Okay. Good look round. See anybody else?
I can't see anyone.
Bird dog Alpha Mike is lining up 2, 3 hard left.
Okay, get the fuel pump.
Oh, it climbs so well.
Does appear to be going like a rocket.
It's amazing good, isn't it?
Yeah. It's pretty good back.
See why they use it for observing in Vietnam.
Total panoramic. One.
Even through the roof there when you turn it.
Yeah.
Once the bird dogs were in the front line of the war between capitalism and communism. This one is now flying into a less critical contest.
It is strange sitting here watching all the cables move right in front of your face.
Is it? And your lights on?
At the Goodwood Revival, Shona and Laurie have entered the annual competition for the best restored vintage plane in the UK. They're pitted against some of aviation's biggest names, and the competition is just as hot as it is on the racetrack. Goodwood is a celebration of all things vintage, from the 40s, 50s and 60s and 70s. a chance to get out and let loose.
Some of the drivers are having so much fun, it's going to be hard to get them in at all.
Laurie and Shona are up against some tough competition, including a plane that landed spies in occupied Europe, historic helicopters and rare biplanes. They've dressed for the occasion, Laurie in jungle camo and Shona's gone for the matchlock.
We didn't even know till last week whether we were actually going to get here, so it's been just such relief to be here and the weather to be nice and everything to work out in the end.
And yeah, here we are, we've made it. Aim achieved, really.
We're going to fly a lot and we're going to really get to know it.
The bird dog is pulling in the crowds and everyone is impressed.
The thing that drew me to it was the missiles or whatever they are on the wing. I've never seen one before, so I'm really pleased it's here.
Because so much gets lost, so it is nice that people take the time to do the restorations, and they've done a really good job on that as well.
I'm amazed. It's spotless, down to every last screw head. For me, the star of the show.
But will the judges agree?
They use them in Korea and then Vietnam, but we've restored this to Vietnam here.
The trophy is the Oscar of aircraft restoration, and unbelievably, it goes to the bird dog.
Those rockets really have attracted quite a lot of attention. I'm glad I got those finished.
Vietnam era, the story of the pilots and the veterans in Vietnam, I'm really keen that people should be made aware of that, so it's great to have it here on display. It's such a nightmare because they had 3 different radio frequencies and nobody could speak to anybody.
The bird dog is preserved for generations to come, a tribute to pioneer forward air controller turned author John Flanagan.
We thought, as a tribute, we should probably put his name on the aeroplane, and I've got a name badge on my costume today to also sort of close the loop and finish the story off.
Today, the youngest Vietnam veterans are in their 70s. One of the 20th century's bloodiest conflicts is just a fading memory.
I'm very proud of what I did. I think the planes that are being reconstructed and now flown, I think, are very, very important. They are a part of what we were and what we did and where we succeeded and where we failed. But they should never, ever be forgotten.
It's everything we could have asked for and more. It's lovely. It handles beautifully. The engine is sweet.
It was a labour of love, that's for sure. And it's an aeroplane we've always wanted. It's one we're going to be keeping. It's not ever going to be for sale.
80 years after they made history, the skies are still full of Hurricanes, Spitfires, Mustangs, and even Messerschmitts. But the plane flown by some of the Second World War's most heroic fighter pilots has vanished entirely.
These guys were the real thing and very, very angry.
They hated the Germans.
In 1940, a handful of Dutch airmen flying the tiny Fokker D-21 shot down 105 of the Luftwaffe's most modern warplanes before the Netherlands was finally forced to surrender.
The Dutch aircrews that faced this onslaught were really the Dutch few. These were young men who weren't always completely trained.
But within months, many of those pilots were back in action, fleeing their country by air and sea to join one of the RAF's most unusual squadrons. A unit documented in this incredible colour footage.
Now it comes alive. Where was it all those years? This is incredible. Amazing.
Now one Dutch family is recreating the fighter that became a symbol of national resistance.
It was more or less a boy's dream, you can name it that.
So there's a lot of pride here. This is the only one in the world, and it's also 8 years worth of build, but a lot longer in the planning.
This is the extraordinary story of one family's dream to recreate the plane flown by Holland's forgotten few. A quest backed by today's Dutch Top Guns.
All players reflect. Impact.
It would make me so proud just to see this flying. It's a piece of our history.
On the flat farmland of eastern Holland near the German border stands the small town of Hoogeveen.
Right magneto on, a little bit of gas.
Yep.
It's home to the Van Egmonds, a family that lives to fly.
It's hot. It's hot here. But it's not climbing. It's not climbing weather for this aircraft.
There's Jack Sr.
Oh, my wife is young, 75.
His wife Winnie.
74.
His son Jack Jr.
At your side.
His wife Judith. And second son Hans, along with grandson Tom, all run a living museum dedicated to historic aviation. All are pilots.
We don't know anything else. That's aviation and aircraft.
Now the family are nearing the end of one of the most ambitious warplane restorations anywhere in the world.
Is the prop clear?
Prop clear.
Their mission to return a long-lost fighter to the skies for the first time in 70 years.
It's handling nice.
We keep history alive, and I think that is the most important purpose of this project.
The Fokker D-21 is Holland's Spitfire, revered, a symbol of national pride and until now simply a heroic memory. It was on May the 10th, 1940, that German troops, supported by 850 warplanes, invaded the neutral Netherlands.
During the early hours, they heard a lot of engine noises going overhead. But everybody thought they're going to attack England. But the force of the German planes just turned around over the North Sea and then came back in full force and attacked a lot of airfields and tried to disable the Air Force within a single blow.
The reaction of the Dutch to this onslaught was really of pure shock and terror because the Dutch had had this historical policy of making sure that they stayed neutral. So they were really hoping they were going to be able to avoid any world wars.
Holland's tiny air force of just 145 planes included 31 fighters made by the Dutch plane maker Fokker.
I guess it's one Dutch fighter plane against 10 Germans.
The Germans came in with lots and lots and lots of aircraft. They overwhelmed and were able in 3 days to shut down 105 of them.
The Fokker D-21 was 100 miles an hour slower than Hitler's Messerschmitt Bf-109 fighters, as surviving pilots recalled 50 years after the battle.
Wij vonden de macht een mooi vliegtuig. Dat was bijzonder manoeuvrabel. Veel beter dan de Messerschmitt.
Alleen in het kringgevecht.
We konden in het kringgevecht binnen de Messerschmitts doordraaien.
Ja.
The Dutch ended up actually staging a far more effective defence than the Luftwaffe was expecting. And of course, the Fokker D-21 was particularly key to this. And so therefore, it really created this sense of terror for the Luftwaffe.
Yeah, they scattered a lot of planes, they damaged a lot of planes, and shot down a lot of planes.
You realize a bullet can go straight through it. They were very, very brave, very brave.
Would we have 100 more of the Fokker D-21s, then it's going to be a totally different story.
Despite heroic resistance, after 5 days, the Netherlands government surrendered to the Nazis, who captured the surviving D-21s. None survived the war in flyable condition. But this did not deter Jack, a Dutch aviation engineer and warbird pilot who grew up listening to the story of Holland's heroic fighter pilots and their plane.
It was more or less a boy's dream, you can name it that. When I was 14 years, I found a couple of drawings, for instance this one. So I collected over more than 40 years. Most of the drawings, the complete package was 413, and I had at the end 397, almost all of them.
At the same time, Jack was scouring Europe for original parts, especially in Scandinavia, where the Finns used Fokkers to repel a Russian invasion in 1939.
That's, the wheels are genuine with the brake system, and then the strut inside this leg actually is a genuine strut. I got that from Denmark. The engine is used in Finland and in Spain, and it was a genuine engine for the D-21 by Fokker. This lightning is a genuine one, small pieces. We have all the instruments are genuine with Dutch inscriptions.
Some parts were even salvaged from crashed planes shot down during the war.
Then we have over there a little grip that came out of the ground. And it's a genuine D21 one. It's a very small piece. The seat is a genuine seat. We rebuilt that and used a lot of parts from a scrap seat. Yeah, it's special. Yeah, more or less part of my life. And this number 32 aircraft that I restored in the past. I restored Spitfires. I flew almost all the warbirds, and I did a lot of biplanes. And yeah, this is the top of the bill.
Jack's entire family was drafted into Grandpa's passion project.
Some kids from our neighborhood, they playing with bicycles and steps and stuff. But I did on Saturday, I played with aircrafts.
How I come in this? There's only one word for that. That's called Grandpa. The first day I came to this airfield here in Hogeveen, I got a hammer, some rivets, and then as a boy of 4 years old, Grandpa learned me how to rivet the skin on the ribs of the aircraft wing. So yeah, that was my first experience in the world of historical aviation and also the aviation techniques.
Along with 23 engineers, his family have been an integral part of the build.
And if I didn't have that support, I couldn't have made it.
The build began in 2014. It was very important right from the beginning that all the parts were original or re-engineered from original drawings.
My intention was build it as it was when they thought about it in the May days of 1940. If I would build them, I would build it as genuine as possible.
We then just finished our Fairchild PT26 project. I was 11 years old. And then Grandpa said, are we going to do another project together? And I asked him what kind of project. And he said a Fokker D21.
So Jack and grandson Tom started on the two main parts that they hadn't been able to find: the tubular-framed fuselage and the wing. Its ingenious construction is a complex wooden sandwich of glued layers of timber that would have defeated many engineers, but Jack found a 1930s vintage model.
It's a section of the wing built by Fokker, and we found it in the museum and they didn't know what it was. So I took it with me. The total beam is 11 meters from one tip to the other. So, and there's one piece. So it's not a split wing or something like that, it's one piece. And it's a little bit bent in the middle. So you have to make it on a mold. This, for instance, if the tree growed from bottom to top in this side, then the other one is to that side. And that's the trick. For then you get a box from the back spar to the rear spar, and it's very, very stiff. And they tested it on the tip and on the middle, and put a load on of 17 tons. And it bent about, at the end, about maybe 30 centimeters. And I thought it breaks. But then they took all the weight off and came back, nothing. The construction of the wing and the tubular and the metal parts took us about 3.5 years. And then, in the meantime, we overhauled all small bits and pieces and assembled it.
Jack's dream is nearly a reality. He got permission from the Dutch government to build the plane in 2012. 10 years later, Jack's son, Jack Jr., is leading the team in an engine and ground run. A vital step in the journey to certification, but the stakes are high. The 850 horsepower Wright Cyclone engine was among the most advanced in the world when the D21 was built. But it's temperamental, and its carburetor, which must pump a gallon of petrol every minute into the cylinders, is very hard to adjust.
Put up clear.
Finally, the engine bursts into life. But it's clear all is not well. The banging sound comes from one cylinder failing to fire properly. Jack is adjusting the mixture of fuel and air entering the cylinders, but he must be careful not to overheat the engine. He has no choice but to shut down the engine.
Cilinderkoptemperatuur is 150. Dat ligt er op cilinder 2 dus niet goed is.
Ja, weet je, hoe warm is het nu?
Hij is 60 graden, maar hij begint ontiegelijk te houden en te paffen, hè? Ja. Onderin. En laat hem nog heel even lopen, dan heel met een stevig spoor. Ja. En dan langzaam lopen.
Ja, start hem nog een keer op, man.
Hey, als de air gaat beginnen plaffen, zet hem stop.
Is goed.
The problem is in just one of the cylinders, but they need to confirm which one of 9.
They're thinking that cylinder number 2 is leaking at a valve, or the inlet valve, or the exhaust valve. So we're going to check it now, and there is a tick in the cylinder, and we want to know if it is cylinder number 2 or where the tick is located.
Diagnosing that involves a medical instrument. Hans is going to use a stethoscope to listen for the telltale tapping sound made by a stuck inlet valve. And in just a few minutes, he's traced the fault.
Just listen to the heart of the engine. What a doctor also does, stethoscope. So I'll just check the valves and cylinder for running inside. So only cylinder number 2 is not functioning proper. So yeah, it's. I think we have to take it off.
For the team, it's back to the workshop. The D-21's long-awaited flight is delayed. On a windswept airfield in the Netherlands, the sight of a Fokker 21 fighter moving under its own power for the first time since the 1940s is about to become reality.
I need to do and look for it is temperatures. The temperature will very quick, very high. To cool down the engine, we can a little bit taxi runs to do that, so that's also in the schedule.
The team are optimistic they've overcome teething troubles with the Wright Cyclone engine.
When you stop it, the oil inside the engine drops off to the bottom cylinders. And if it fills too much, then you have, they call it a hydraulic lock. You can't press oil together. So if you should start it up and there is too much oil, you blow the head off.
So the crankshaft has to be turned twice to drain off the excess oil before the engine is fired up.
So you can expect a lot of smoke, and it's not burning, don't panic. Maybe during the start, if it has a lean mixture, flames come out on the top and maybe at the exhaust.
Today they're going to alter the angle of the propeller blades for the first time.
Is the prop clear?
Prop clear.
The variable pitch prop gave the D-21 its lightning-fast climb speed. But if it's mishandled, the prop can overload and damage the engine.
Alright, pressure is okay, fuel pressure is okay, cylinder cap temperature is also okay. Still wheel moving.
Jack must be very careful handling the skittish D-21 on the ground.
Handling is fine at this moment. Still is lock and lock position.
One mistake, and 10 years of work could be reduced to wreckage.
Cylinder temperature is 150 degrees, so that's nice. Very good. It's handling very nice. Direct on the controls.
The slow one, what I do is controllability. If I can stop it with my brakes and everything. Brakes are be careful with this aircraft with brakes, because it's nose heavy and it will direct on its nose. So we check that in the low speed.
Back on the runway, Jack is taking the plane close to takeoff speed.
It's handling nice. On the outside, it did look beautiful.
The high runs, we will check if the aircraft is still controllable and easy controllable to do on a runway, that we can have a straight line.
Okay, we will end the test run.
Okay, end of test run. Very nice, uneventful test run.
Okay, engine is still.
Handling on the ground, okay. Throttle setting is okay. Prop swiveling is okay. I think that we need to look for the seal, prop seal, and we have a lot of oil on the front.
Yeah, there came a lot of oil out of the exhaust.
Okay, that's then the problem.
But we have a check on the propeller.
Yeah, a check on the propeller and that's it.
Okay.
I'm satisfied.
Top. You can see it on the ground over here. At least a pint of oil.
The final taxi test has gone well. The D21 is almost ready to fly. It was in the First World War, 20 years before the D21 was built, that Dutch plane designer Anthony Fokker made his name, creating the planes that made the Red Baron a hero and cost the lives of many of his Allied opponents.
The aerodynamics of this aeroplane, okay, are far superior to any of the British stuff. For a start, it didn't need wire bracing, didn't have the same drag as they did. They're very clean designs, very clean. This, you could slow it down and made it and it was much more maneuverable. They'd be tearing around like lunatics, you could be inside them, out-turning people.
Veteran engineer Jerry Cooper is one of the UK's leading Fokker experts, and he's building two of the company's World War I fighters in his Lincolnshire workshop.
This is a Fokker D7 from 1917, basically. Well, this is a very strong tubular structure. And as you can see, it's all welded, so it's very quick to put together. Well, in Britain at the time, they were slower on the build because of the amount of work they had to do to prepare it. He was quite prepared to work for the Brits, or for the Allies, or French and the Brits.
But Fokker's offer to build planes for the Royal Flying Corps was rejected, and he went to work for the Germans instead.
So they said, yeah, come on in.
Creating cutting-edge combat planes like the triplane that made Baron von Richthofen the most famous ace.
Is the Red Knight of Germany. He has shot down 81 planes.
His revolutionary wing designs gave Fokker pilots the edge in combat. But after the war, he went on to revolutionize the air transport business, building globe-shrinking passenger planes for the new national airline, KLM.
Back in the 20s, Fokker was the largest aircraft manufacturer in the world. So yeah, he for the Netherlands, he did quite some good things.
The Dutch National Aviation Museum is a shrine to his designs.
He belongs to the industrial heart of our nation. Nowadays, is now still a great company within the Netherlands for the aviation sector.
Some of Anthony Fokker's designs, like the F7, could reach Southeast Asia, launching the first timetabled long-distance air routes.
Fokker F7, the Southern Cross, flew in Australia, and it was also the Fokker F7, which was the first aircraft which got from Amsterdam to Batavia in Indonesia in 80 days or something. So yeah, quite historically aircraft.
At the same time, his company was building conventional biplanes for the Dutch armed forces. Then came the D21. Until now, it's just been a model in the museum. And at one point in the restoration, it looked like that would remain the case. In 2014, the project was stalled by an unanswered question.
Most challenging area of the rebuild was actually the attachment from the wings to the fuselage. We had no drawing of that.
Well, we didn't have anything about it, not a sketch. And if we didn't found it, then it had to be a new design. How the authorities think, it's a new designed aircraft, it's not a genuine Fokker anymore. The wooden parts were that critical that if I didn't have found it, there was no D21.
But, by a stroke of luck, the family discovered that the wreckage of a D21 shot down in 1940 had been found by historian and crash investigator Jan Springveld.
Luckily for him, we did recover this plane, the wreckage of it in 1993, and those particular items he was looking for was part of our wreckage. And the main part of that was the clamps which hold the wing of the plane to the fuselage.
And it were exactly the wood blocks we needed, so we copied them. And from that, via back engineering, made a new drawing and made it into this wing. And the authority accepted it.
The discovery is the reason behind the family's aircraft being designated 229 as a tribute to the crashed D-21 and its pilot.
And it's more an honor. It's actually a reborn. That's how I feel it.
Sergeant Koos Roos was the pilot that day, and in being shot down, he accidentally chalked up one of the war's most bizarre victories over a German fighter.
The 1010 was flying behind the 229er, and he shot the 229er, and Koos was thinking of jumping out of the aircraft and use his parachute. So if you want to spring out of the D-21, you have to pull on some handles and then the canopy will come off. So he did that when the Messerschmitt was behind him, and he dropped his canopy off, and the canopy came and forced into the engine of the Messerschmitt behind him, and thus that's the reason why the Messerschmitt came down. So he shot down two, but he shot down one with his guns and one with his canopy.
Now Sergeant Pilot Koos Roos's plane is almost ready to take off again, but its first flight will be a difficult, potentially dangerous challenge. The Van Egmonds are keen for the story of Holland's heroic stand against the Nazis to be better known. So they want the plane ready for the European airshow season, especially the major displays at Duxford in Cambridgeshire.
Got it.
The man who can get it there is British test pilot Dan Griffith.
I think that's probably good enough.
Do you feel comfortable?
Yeah.
He holds the record for testing the biggest number of different aircraft types. Many, like this home-built plane, completely new and untried.
Okay, full power, speed's indicating.
My job is to look at them, make sure they're safe, go to the edges of the boundaries and make sure there's nothing untoward there, really.
The plane is made from modern composites and was designed on a computer.
Okay, so that's about 115. Let's feel what the turning's like. Okay, that's all very nice.
But in many ways, the D-21 is just as big a challenge.
There isn't really anybody still alive that can tell me anything about the Fokker. It's completely new, and when I get in it, I'm afraid it's going to be trial and error and see how it goes.
The only clue to flying the D-21 is the vintage servicing guide, which Tom has ready waiting for Dan.
So I've got here the original handbook written by Fokker in 1936. And there are many things written in here which are quite important. Assembly methods, maintenance methods such as lubricating the landing gear.
The handbook also contains pilot's notes and details of the original test procedures which Fokker used on the D-21 prototypes.
Exactly that procedure we are using for the test flying of the D-21. When something isn't quite good in those tests, then we have some feedback from the tests we can use to adjust the aircraft a little bit until it does work properly.
The D-21 was one of the Dutch military's most advanced weapons when the Germans invaded the Netherlands. Convinced Hitler would recognise Holland's neutral status, the government had starved its generals of money and weapons. At dawn on May the 10th, only a handful of fighter pilots were waiting for the invaders. Today, all but one are dead. Their stories now preserved only by a fading film.
Het enige was, we hadden niet genoeg bewapening, niet zwaar genoeg en we waren langzamer.
Ja, langzamer. Wij hadden dus een vast landingsgestel. Andere patriotten ontsnapten in kleine vissersboten.
But defeat wasn't the end for some of Holland's brave few. Many airmen escaped to Britain to fly with the RAF, hijacking small boats or even stealing their own planes. This rare archive film was made to celebrate their part in the battle to free their country.
They are bringing this tenacity that has come from having to defend your homeland so fiercely. I mean, the RAF has had the experience of the Battle of Britain. It knows about defending its own, but the Dutch have had to go through it and have that loss as well. So really, they've got nothing left to lose. But also, they've had to show incredible bravery and courage even to get to Britain.
Many risked their lives or a concentration camp to make the crossing. Retired fighter pilot Jan van Arkel's father was one of the new recruits.
I can imagine how you do that. I mean, you're young, you don't give a you do it. That's something else.
In Britain, the Dutch pilots were recruited to a special RAF squadron, number 322. In defiance of official secrecy, one of its pilots, Frans van Eyck, is allowed to film the squadron's war, even shooting at the same time as flying his Spitfire. The result was this incredible archive footage rarely seen until now. It's 1943 and the unit is taking delivery of its first mascot, a grey parrot christened Polly Grey. It became the symbol on the unit's official crest with its motto, "Don't talk, act." Flying Spitfires, its pilots carried on where the Fokkers had left off. And over 2 grim years, they helped liberate France and finally their homeland. 80 years on, 322 Squadron is still in action, but now as part of the Royal Netherlands Air Force. It flies state-of-the-art F-35 jets. Its wartime traditions live on. Today, 2 of its former members, Jan van Arkel and his former wingman, Frank Svinkels, are arriving at the Leeuwarden Air Base to show for the first time serving airmen and women the archive film of their unit at war.
These images are amazing.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
It's a unique and largely unseen treasure house of military life.
Not very different from the setting outside here.
No. Nice to see that the people, the pilots who were there as well, and even the mechanics, about the same as now. It's just joking about and bull and of course working on bikes instead of on their aircraft.
One of today's engineers is officially designated to look after the squadron's latest parrot, its 5th.
That's the first Polly. Later on in the film you'll see that they went to a zoo and they also chose a monkey instead of Polly, but they finally decided on Polly.
Oh, yeah? I've never met the one I've seen on there, but I think she swears as much.
Flight Lieutenant Van Eyck filmed his fellow pilots at work and play around their base in Lancashire.
I thought that this footage was absolutely fascinating to watch because it gives this real intimate human aspect to the Dutch fighter pilots. So it was really fascinating to see, their hijinks, where a couple relieving themselves before missions. Well, a bit too intimate in parts. But really it's a fascinating find because we're not just getting operational life for 322 Squadron, we're also getting, joy, grief, we're getting laughter, we're getting sacrifice because of the fact that we're seeing marriages and funerals, the real sort of peaks and troughs of life.
2 of the stars of this footage are familiar faces for Jan.
Oh, look at
that.
that.
It's my father and mother together.
That's amazing.
And there's a nice story about the car. They went out the night before drinking beer, the guys only, of course, and they wrecked the car on one side. So it had to be parked with the good side towards the church. And the other side was fixed with shoe polish and that kind of stuff. They worked all night to sort of make it presentable.
Like Jan's father, many pilots met and married British women, and Van Eyck had a documentary maker's eye for capturing wartime life and love. even recording the morning after his friend's wedding night in a local pub.
It's my dad. Looking out the window, I suppose my mother is in there somewhere, but there's no hard proof of it.
We are seeing women in the traditional roles of the time. They're becoming wives of the fighter pilots and this sort of thing. But we're also seeing WAF personnel that are attending. We're seeing ATA girls as well that have been transporting aircraft, ferrying aircraft. And it also shows just how intertwined their lives are with the operational life of 322 Squadron.
But life was often harsh for the aircrew, frequently moving bases and flying dangerous daily missions into occupied Europe.
They were very annoyed with the Dutch Ministry in Defense in London because they never got decent housing on the airfields. Most of the times they were in tents.
That amazes me that they have to build their own tents. I mean, they probably had time to do it, but still.
Training was rudimentary, clay pigeon shooting for marksmanship.
And that's all. They said you aim there while the enemy is there, but how much? Yeah, there's a gut feeling, getting close.
Today, much of the squadron's weapons are highly secret, and the current operations commander is known only by his call sign, Hyper. He's just landed after a mission.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing.
Never seen this before.
Might sound weird, but it's already amazing to me that it's in color back in the day. Right, because back in the day, I guess it was pretty expensive to be able to film to begin with.
In 1945, the Dutch royal family in exile were frequent visitors to the squadron.
Wilhelmina, yeah, that's the queen.
It's really fascinating to watch the Dutch royal family as well. This is royal history in this footage. It's not just military, it's not just political. And so as a result, we're also looking at that more intimate side. You know, we're seeing Juliana sharing a cigarette with the squadron. We're seeing Prince Bernhard is also appearing and he's trying to boost their morale and making sure that they show their fighter pilots that they're also in the fight.
Prince Bernhard, consort to the Netherlands' future queen Juliana, played a major role in setting up 322 and sometimes flew its Spitfires.
Prince Bernhard was, I think, one of our saints or saviors. And that's why you also see we always have a fresh beer for the Prince in heaven over there at one of our old bars from the old squadron, where he used to come over every now and then. But we definitely want to keep the tradition alive as him being our founding father, pretty much.
But tragedy was never far away. Van Eyck filmed a fellow pilot's funeral at a country church near their base in Kent. He was to die in 1945, shot down over Germany, and one of the squadron's most celebrated pilots simply vanished after his Spitfire was seen to dive into the ground in France.
It's the first time that I've seen Plesman in color, so that's good. He's still missing, as you know, and we are still searching for him in northern France. So.
Fokker pilot Jan Plesman was Van Eyck's cousin and an ace with several victories to his name. He cycled from Holland across occupied France to Spain to join the RAF.
His father was the founder of KLM,
Royal Dutch Airlines.
Yeah, so his name is very special all over the world. Yeah, he was shot down September the 1st, 44. His father did one search in 46. At the wrong location, and that's it. So he's still in the Spitfire, that's a fact, yeah.
In the age of guided missiles and stealth technology, 322 is now part of NATO's air defense front line.
Port 2, fully correct, report deck turning point, please.
But in between missions, the squadron is still searching for Plesman, its lost ace, supporting several expeditions to France to find the wreckage of his Spitfire. And some members find time after their shifts to help out on the D-21. Men like Evert Jan, an F-35 crew chief.
So it was like 2 years ago, I guess, that I visited on a Saturday here for the first time. And Jack had me do like minor stuff just to see what kind of mechanic I am. And basically I had to build trust and now he lets me do pretty much everything. So that's good, yeah. It would make me so proud. I think I'm gonna smile all day long. Yeah, just to see this flying. It's a piece of our history. It's done some fighting for us, and it just makes me proud as a Dutchman.
That flight is only days away. 80 years after its finest hour, the world's only surviving Fokker D-21 is almost ready for its first test flight.
Safety wire keeps the aircraft together.
And the family have an urgent deadline to meet. It's meant long hours and sleepless nights.
We got the test pilot, Dan Griffiths, coming tomorrow. We did some test runs. They were satisfied, but we may have to change some bits. We got a fuel leakage, a small fuel leakage, so we did that also. But yeah, the deadline is there. So Dan is coming, and hopefully he will fly tomorrow.
For my grandpa, he has worked on it for 40 years, collected for 35 years, and yeah, for him it's a dream coming true. For us, it is, as a family, the D-21 binds us together, and for me, the D-21 has created a link, an emotional link between me and grandpa.
Hier zit een moertje op, dan is er al af. So it's a family project, and that's emotional. Yeah, how can I express it? It's an art of ending my story. That's actually what it is.
Roger, Paul, final.
Dan Griffiths has arrived to carry out the first test flight.
Welcome on the blood-dirty border.
Excellent.
How are you?
Brilliant.
Yeah?
How are you?
Fine.
Great to see you, great to see you.
He and Jack are old friends, but it's been a long time.
So you're looking good?
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, 27 years ago, eh?
It's unbelievable, isn't it? 27 years ago.
Got a little bit grey.
Little bit grey.
Little bit grey. It's a real aircraft.
That is very nice, isn't it? You can adjust the seat if you like.
Yeah, Jack is showing now the cockpit and etc. And then he gets a briefing, and then yeah, what he decides, what he wants to do. That's it. I don't decide for him. He makes the plan himself.
Well, I think what I'd like to do is just go up to about 3,000 feet, do a couple of stalls, and then bring it back.
Yeah.
And then we have a think if the engine's all good.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
I'm proud of it.
Yeah, quite right as well.
Only one in the world, eh?
Yeah.
So that other one to add to your list.
Yeah.
It's that significant. If we succeed today, then we got the final paperwork from the authority. And then the aircraft is free to go. We can use it for training, we can use it for air shows, whatever we like.
Dan is relying on 40 years of experience to safely see him through this flight.
Ah, that one, yeah.
The Fokker dates back to a time when it was common for aircraft to have unpredictable handling flaws, ready to trap and kill unwary pilots.
Okay.
To the main 229 radio check. Line up in your 5 boy. Roger, just started up shortly to taxi.
With 800 horsepower turning the large propeller, Dan must take care to prevent its torque pulling the plane off the runway.
I'm feeling fine, but very nervous.
A little bit excited.
Nervous?
Nervous.
Very nervous. 229 is ready for departure. Roger, the winds are light and variable. 229.
Nice to see.
Dan is the first test pilot to explore the D-21's handling in 75 years. That's how long it is since the last export models were retired by the Finnish Air Force.
He's now at 3,000 feet up.
Slowly, Dan's reducing the plane's speed until it stalls. It's a manoeuvre not without risk. But the Fokker passes its first test with flying colours.
229, positioning downwind to land.
It's time to return to the ground, but the family want more.
Then when you're happy, can you make a low pass? Yes, we can do. The engine's a little bit rough at the moment.
Okay, only when you are happy.
Yet it's clear the Fokker's engine problems haven't been solved entirely.
229, turning in for low pass.
She is the fastest aeroplane here at Overveen.
229, turning final to the optimum. Roger, to the right.
I think it is one of the most historical moments in Dutch aviation history. Because, yeah, it was 82 years ago Fokker flew those aircraft and the men and women which flew them in the war. Yeah, I think very extraordinary. Very extraordinary.
The Fokker D21 is perhaps not seen as shiny and alluring as, say, a Spitfire, but at the same time, you know, they really achieved amazing things against completely insurmountable odds.
It's just an honour and a privilege. When I fly, very often I get hairs in the back of my head stand up because you think, what was this symbolising, and what happened with these aeroplanes is amazing. So yes, it is thoroughly exciting for me as well as the guys.
Marvelous. I don't have another word. It's more than marvelous. It's better than the best wine.
As you say, running very rough. I got the lever quite a bit back. I didn't know how much to bring it back on my first one, really.
Yeah.
But it's still running rich. And on finals, it was, you could see, as soon as I tried to pick up, you're getting pop, 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 pop. But it's how much to take the rich mixture off. The last thing I wanted was, ooh.
Diet.
Oh, now that's better. It's nice and quiet now. But the actual aeroplanes flies nicely. Takeoff and landing is all beautiful, isn't it? I mean, that's all easy. It's just trying to get this engine, I think, to be less rich.
For the Van Egmonds, it's back to the workshop. Next year, it's hoped their unique fighter will appear at its first air displays. A fitting tribute to Holland's forgotten few.
I'm a pretty cool guy, so emotionally I think I'm crying. And yeah, it's one in a lifetime that you see a Dutch fighter aircraft flying. And then for the first time being there, that's quite a lot.
All the things that are coming together, and all the things I now know about the aviation industry, I don't think I've learned that at school. The only word for that is, again, grandpa.
What we've got to do is sort that little bit of mixture out and it'll be nice.
Yeah.
He's a man of his words, and he did it. He did it. He did it for 40 years. And he's an inspiration for me.
I was younger, could arm wrestle with two younger guys, and they won the game. And now, half a guy, more than enough. Then I lose. Then I lose.
It's 1936, and a brutal civil war brings a nightmare glimpse of the future to Spain's historic cities.
The Nazis decide to set up a whole squadron, which is known as the Condor Legion. That air power makes a decisive difference in many of the battles in the Civil War.
It's the birth of the Blitzkrieg, mass destruction delivered by a ruthless fascist air force, backed by Adolf Hitler and equipped with cutting-edge weapons.
The Germans built beautiful aeroplanes. German engineering at its best was in the aviation world.
Now, 80 years later, on an airfield in Yorkshire, a relic of Spain's fascist air force is about to be reborn.
Well, that looks about right, doesn't it?
Can't be.
But this veteran biplane seems to be jinxed.
It's a series of problems over 6 years, so today isn't going to be any different. We're going around in circles.
On the flat farmland south of York, an airbase where time has stood still.
It was a Second World War airfield built for bombers. I bought the place in '89 and we started a small club here. It grew and grew.
Okay, one more. Oh, look.
At Breeton Aerodrome, RAF veteran Tony Smith, taffed to his friends, has built up one of Britain's biggest collections of vintage aircraft. And now he and engineer Ian Ross are embarking on a controversial restoration.
Brick radio, it's Youngman Fox radio check out rig.
They're rebuilding a Bucker Youngmeister biplane, used to train the Air Force responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of innocent Spaniards in one of the 20th century's bloodiest conflicts.
It's a page of history, simple as that. And, you know, we treat every aeroplane exactly the same, whether it be an Air Force aeroplane or a Luftwaffe aeroplane, doesn't matter. It's a page of history that needs to be remembered.
More than a year ago, when Spain's dapper General Francisco Franco led his well-drilled Foreign Legion and Moorish troops into Spain, his fascist rebellion became of major concern to every first-ranked power in Europe.
In 1936, Hermann Goering, the head of Nazi Germany's Luftwaffe, created the Condor Legion, a mercenary air force sent to support fascist rebel General Franco. It brought devastation to Spain's ancient cities. Historian Professor Peter Anderson is an expert on the conflict.
Germany hadn't been allowed an air force after the Versailles Peace Treaty. They'd kept it secret, the build-up of the air force. And I think Goring sensed that now there was an opportunity to try out, to test and to develop.
In a grim rehearsal of what was to follow, as many as 1,600 civilians died when the Legion levelled the Basque town of Guernica. Other, bigger targets were to follow.
The air squadrons he sent to bomb the city should theoretically have demoralized its people, destroyed their will to resistance.
Now, 80 years on, Tony plans to recreate one of the planes that were built to secure General Franco's grip on power. The complex restoration is beginning at an airfield on the Audley End estate in Essex, home base of aircraft restorer Clive Denny, warbird engineer and pilot.
I've got 73 different types that I've flown solo, and probably 50 of those are World War II aeroplanes.
Clive is one of the UK's leading experts in covering fabric planes, and his latest project is Tony's Youngmeister.
Well, basically, this is the fuselage covering. Like a big model aeroplane, it's covered in a fabric, and then the fabric is shrunk, and then it's doped, and it's the dope that forms the protection between the outside and the inside. It basically seals up the fabric. This is a modern fabric we're using at the moment. Originally, it would have been Irish linen. So even during World War II, the Germans got their Irish linen from Southern Ireland.
The metal framework of the Youngmeister's fuselage has been painstakingly rebuilt.
It is a bit of a lost art, can be a bit of a black art as well sometimes. There are different techniques of doing it, and we've managed to learn the Italian techniques, which are probably the most extreme in the world. The German techniques are very interesting. The British are very basic, as are the American techniques, but the principle is the same.
Hitler gave Franco a production line to produce his own planes, and this was among the first to be built as an advanced trainer.
The Germans built beautiful aeroplanes. Beautifully designed, they flew beautifully. German engineering at its best was in the aviation world.
This work will cost Tony £20,000. It requires skill and extreme care.
The secret is not to stretch the fabric too much and just let it glue on. Because when we actually shrink the fabric, it will go as tight as a drum.
The Youngmeister will be joining a huge collection back at Breeton.
We've got about 40, 50 aeroplanes here now, all vintage aeroplanes.
We don't allow modern aircraft in the hangars, and so there's a sort of a camaraderie among all the club members, a lot of common interests, and we just have a lot of fun.
Looking good. So far.
Everything flies. I think that you look at the designs of the airplane and what they were used for, you know, like the Magister, 1940, so that would have been used by many Battle of Britain pilots for their basic training. The young one we have here, that's a German trainer. And of course the Ryan, that's an American trainer. So all these airplanes have fulfilled very, very important roles in their time.
Right, switches are off.
Tony and his team are keeping their flying experience up in preparation for the new arrival.
I'm lucky that I can play in the toy box with the toys, which is great. So, you know, we have a lot of fun for sure.
Flying pre-war biplanes demands skills that are now hard to find.
You just have to be careful about when you fly them, so the weather's got to be good. You know, you're not going to fly them in extreme crosswinds. You've got to be so careful about who you choose. There's a huge responsibility involved, and they have to be really level-headed. We need good pilots who can handle tail draggers.
Tony already has the two-seat version of the little Youngmeister, the Youngman Basic Trainer.
Well, the first thing is you've got to use your feet. Because modern airplanes, the rudder input is basically bred out of the airplane in the design. But these airplanes, you have to be coordinated. So for the turns to be coordinated, you've got to use the rudder as well as the aileron. So there's a lot more feeling involved, a lot more feedback from the airplane, whereas with a modern airplane that's designed for leisure purposes, they're designed to be very, very safe, and you don't need to put the input in they have to with something like this. It's a matter of instilling the discipline in them that's required for airplanes that are 8 years old. It's something that you've got to bear in mind all the time. I mean, you're taking off thinking about if the engine stops, where you're going to land, because that's the way it is. I mean, I've had 3 engine failures. Still here.
They're lovely airplanes to handle, and generally speaking, you know, I mean, you know, we don't have problems.
Got some oil on the spinner, believe it or not. Yeah.
Engineer Ian oversees the airfield fleet.
It's down to poor old Ian to make sure that everything is serviceable, and he looks after the welfare and the maintenance of the airplanes, and tries to sort of, you know, keep the pilots under control, basically. If it wasn't for him, we'd be in a lot of trouble.
Finding parts for planes that went out of production 60 years ago isn't easy.
People know that we're interested in these airplanes. We get phone calls. Sometimes we get people who will just give us parts. If somebody passes away, then, you know, we'll get a phone call from the wife saying, take all this stuff out the garage. You know, that's how it happens, and people are very kind to us, so, you know, it works out pretty good.
Much of the Youngmeister skeleton was bought at an auction of Spanish Air Force parts in 1963. Some major components are already taking shape.
The wings are finished and covered. The fuselage is covered now, so we'll bring that back up on a trailer in about another week, and then we can start hanging bits on. And I reckon by June, July, it'll be finished.
But Tony's timetable is about to be proved hopelessly optimistic. It's October 2018, and veteran pilot Tony Smith has come to Audley End to see progress on the Spanish Youngmeister.
Well, Clive's the man. Clive's, you know, probably the best in the country in terms of fabric work.
The Youngmeister's metal framework is now covered.
In the past, I've always fabricated my own airplanes, but really, I'm trying to get the airplane finished. This is my last big project, so it's a matter of just trying to push the thing on a bit. So all this is new Sitka spruce. Obviously, all the metal parts are all original, but the woodwork side of things, you know, it's best to really just completely rebuild it with a modern glue. The old glues were milk derivative glues, which smelt and rotted. When you're actually looking at an old airplane, you sure sign of it actually having the original glue in, because when you smell it, it smells like milk that's gone off.
Today, they're reuniting the wooden top of the fuselage and the bottom.
Okay, so We'll put it on forward of the lugs, Clive, please. It's moved around a bit because of all the doping and you know, and all the varnishing, but it'll all fit and bend into place quite happily.
It's more than a year since the wooden part of the fuselage was finished, and it's attracted a layer of dust.
They'll never be seen again, but Clive can't stand the fact that they'll be dirty underneath the fabric.
Germany's designers never lost an opportunity to save a fraction of an ounce in weight. The lighter the plane, the better it flew.
But everything's cut to size, so we've not got any excess material. If you put in a nut on a boat, there's normally a couple of threads showing in safety, and that's all there is, so we haven't got any extra weight on the nuts and bolts. So if you do that for every nut and bolt of the thousands that are on the aeroplane, you're going to save yourself a lot of weight, because obviously on an aeroplane like this, weight is horsepower. This was designed the same year as the Tiger Moth, and people are going to hate me for saying this, but in terms of the comparison between this and the Tiger Moth, this is just...
There's no comparison.
There isn't a comparison. So, you know, Luftwaffe pilots will be coming off training on this compared to our pilots who would have come off a Tiger Moth. It's just as well we had Spitfires.
Yeah.
Is that fair? Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, good aeroplane.
Live fabric at the top, and then we'll be ready to paint it in its Spanish colours. Then it'll come back up to Breton with all the insignia on, all the markings on, and then we can start assembling at Breton. This is the nice bit. Yeah.
Well, I think the nice bit's when you're going down the runway.
You're right, actually.
It will be the first time the markings of Franco's Air Force have been painted in 80 years. Until recently, it was illegal to display fascist symbols in Spain. This plane is a reminder of a war that killed 500,000 Spaniards. It's November 2018 and a trailer has arrived at Breton. Clive's work is complete.
Oh, it's superb. Yeah, it's a really nice job, which was what was to be expected. But yeah, it's going to be spectacular. And the nice thing about it is, of course, is that the scheme is the actual scheme that the aeroplane had. So it's got the logbook, it's got the serial number. 3.5 is the type, the Spanish Air Force type, which is Youngmeister, and then 2.3 is the actual serial number of the aeroplane as it was in the Spanish Air Force, so it's completely original, it's superb. The emblem, this is a Condor Legion scheme, and it's 5 bunch spears, which is, you know, unique to it, and all their aeroplanes have this on. This is heavy, Edward. And just watch the top of the combing, Alan. Okay. And we're going to put, see those little pegs? They're going to go in there, all right? That's it. We're good, Tom. We'll turn this upside down next week, and we'll put the undercarriage on, put the wheels on, then turn it the right way up, put it on his feet, and then we'll start adding on the empennage, so all the tail section, which is already painted, all the controls will be in, so everything works. For me now, you know, as I'm getting older, I suppose, the satisfaction of actually building it is as much as the satisfaction of flying it. Basically, you're creating something, aren't you? Something that was in a pile of junk in a hangar in Texas, which is how it started off, and suddenly it's a living, breathing thing, and it's been saved from the dustbin, you know.
Do you know what the current gauge is? Can I get 3 fingers in there, or can I get 4?
It's January 2019, and for engineer Ian, work is accelerating, assembling the thousands of components sourced from all over the world. Word of the new arrival is spreading.
It's been a labour of love. I've watched its progress, really, as we've had cups of tea between sorties. It's a very, very nice thing. It's going to end up 200 horsepower. You know, its power to weight will be something else. A very, very iconic aerobatic aeroplane.
The boss has assembled all but a handful of components for the new plane.
So these are the mud guards. Then we've got a separate tank here, which is a smoke tank. And what we'll do is put smoke oil in there And we introduce the smoke oil into the exhaust system, and that gives you a smoke effect for when you're doing exhibition aerobatics. In the box here, we've got a complete set of wings, finished, ready to put on. So they're covered, ailerons are fitted. So the engine's here. It's a big bore engine. There's 7 cylinders like this with 7 pistons. The magnetos are there. It's about 6 litre, 200 horsepower. But the beauty of it is that, you know, it doesn't weigh much. That's just the basic instrument panel. Some of it's really nice original stuff.
But finding parts hasn't been easy.
There's a lot of aviation enthusiasts, collectors, and they buy these bits and pieces on the internet, which of course pumps the price up. So people will pay a lot of money for that compass and put it on their mantelpiece. Even the clock, I mean, a clock is a typical example, an aviation clock. I mean, they just fetch big bucks on the market, you know. So a clock like this, which is an 8-day clock, which you can wind up, to actually get one, you know, is quite difficult.
The Jungmeister was the plane that prepared Hitler's pilots for war. It gave the men who flew Messerschmitt 109s against the RAF in the Battle of Britain their skills. And many of Hitler's fighter aces had honed their abilities in Spain, flying as members of the Condor Legion.
In the Second World War, the Germans continued with a lot of the techniques they developed in the Spanish Civil War, most famously the use of dive bombing. So dive bombing was perfected really to try and get more precision, but also to create terror with the noise. If you think about the whole tactic of blitzkrieg, that's the idea of rapid advance using overwhelming power and force, and that coordination between aircraft, Air Force and ground troops was crucial. We see the same officers and air crew using the same tactics right through the Second World War.
It's been 2 months since the fuselage arrived back at Breton, and the plane is taking shape.
We've put the undercarriage on now. We've already put the empennage on, that's the tailplane. So we've got the stabilizer on, the elevators are fitted, the fin and the rudder are fitted, and all the controls are linked up now. So when I actually pull back on the stick, if you look at the elevators, you see the elevators are now working. Same with the rudder works. So that's all the back end now is all plumbed in and it's finished. When it's right, the airplane will just fly perfectly.
They're ready to join the fuselage to the wings.
And now we're coming up to a really significant part because this is the centre section, and the centre section has to be put on absolutely correctly. Now, Phil, if you want to get up here now, this is the most important single piece of fitting that we do.
Have you got another bolt for this side, Tony?
Yeah, it's in. This really is the most critical thing, and we've got to make sure that when we put it on, because it's an awkward lump, that we don't actually punch any holes in the fabric, which would make me cry. So that's it, yeah, it works, it fits. So what we'll have to do now, which will take another couple of hours, is to fit the wires on, get the symmetry right so that it's absolutely bang on with the fuselage and there's no twist. And then once we've done that, we can start thinking about drilling off the final bolt holes. The strength of the airplane is in these type of wires. So these are the wires that hold the wings on and take the strain of the wings when the aircraft's actually flying. These are made of cold rolled steel up in Scotland. I think our flying wires for the airplane, including the wings, cost £12,000. Enormous amount of money, but they're polished, there's no nicks in them, they're perfect. And the thing with stainless, of course, you fit them and forget them, no corrosion issues.
The Spanish Civil War was among the last conflicts where combat pilots flew in open cockpits. Tony is building the frame that held the tiny windshield himself, by hand.
I want more of a curvature here, so this bit of flange here, I'm using this device which expands the metal, it's jaws that push the metal out to increase the curve. It's very complex because it's a compound curve, so it's a matter of just walking backwards and forwards until it's right. But I think I'm nearly there, actually. And then that will eventually go on here like so.
The hangars at Breton house one of the world's biggest collections of flying vintage planes, the result of Tony's lifelong passion and a partnership with businessman, pilot and aviation enthusiast Rob Fleming. Tony's son Jeremy grew up with his dad's obsession for historic planes, and he now flies some of them himself.
Ever since I can remember, there's been aircraft flying over the house, obviously at appropriate heights. Aircraft being built in the living room, in the garage. It's not just a narrow scope of interest that he's got. It's, you know, it's massive. It's across the entire sort of like history of aviation, really.
Tony's now in his 70s, but his enthusiasm has never dimmed.
Well, this is our oldest restoration. This is a Ronca C100. It was an airplane designed for the common man. I think originally it was 1936, and it cost £395. But if you wanted an airspeed indicator, that was extra. This is actually a Compass Swift. You can see that you sit in the back, and there's no forward vision. But this airplane is very quick. This is a dark kitten. Again, this is the only one in the world. This is Little Luton Miner. Again, there's a few of these around. Even modern self-assembly airplanes these days, you know, you're talking 50, 60, 70,000 pounds for an airplane. Crazy, really. When you could build something like this for, I don't know, could probably, for the materials for this, probably £5,000.
It's not just the aviation side, it's the engineering side that he's interested in as well. And he's got this amazing ability attracting a lot of other enthusiasts as well, you know, to come along for the ride.
This is a Broussard. We bought this a couple of years ago from a Frenchman. This is a replica, Fokker DR1, so it's the Red Baron's triplane. We bought this, and we were very lucky because about 2 or 3 months later, they did the film Flyboys, and they hired this, plus 2 of us to go down and fly in the Flyboys film. Well, that's 2 examples of flying flea. Well, this one I've flown back from Australia to England when I was young and stupid.
It's an inherently dangerous sport, you know, it's not like motor racing where you can pull over on the side of the circuit, you know, it's 3-dimensional. When something goes wrong, it can get very serious very quickly. Over the years, yeah, he's lost a lot of friends.
Despite having amassed thousands of flying hours in hundreds of types, Tony even learned to fly helicopters late in his career.
This is a Bell 47. Its claim to fame, of course, is that we used in Korea in the MASH series. You concentrate all the time. It's not like a fix where you cannot relax. This is an ex-Navy Wasp. Interestingly, it was designed to carry a nuclear torpedo.
I mean, I don't think there's really many other places like it. There's a lot of obscure aircraft, yeah, that probably wouldn't have a home anywhere else. But yeah, it's an amazing history of aviation.
But as work on the Youngmeister reaches its climax, Tony's about to surprise the restoration team with another acquisition.
Britain, 700 November, finals.
While the rest of the team get on with the Youngmeister, Tony's been away for a few days. Another vintage aircraft is joining the collection.
This was executive transport, and the engines have just purred all the way back. Absolutely brilliant, you know, no problems at all.
This 1955 Beech 18 is the airfield's latest relic.
The design is ageless. This will be flying in another 60 years.
To get it here, Tony has flown it 3,000 miles across the Atlantic from the USA.
Is this Breton Aerodrome? Well, we went up into Canada to Peterborough to Goose Bay to Narsarsuaq in Greenland, Reykjavik, and then Scotland, Wick.
An old friend, Peter Scott, was his co-pilot.
We managed to do Goose Bay to Iceland in one day, refuelling at Narsarsuaq. It was a long, 9 hours.
We thought we were going to have trouble in Greenland because we refueled out of barrels. And you have to buy a whole barrel. There's 4 tanks on it, so the first 3 tanks, and we were just about that much from the last tank, weren't we? We had to buy another bloody barrel, you know, $600 a barrel. and of course they kept the rest of it, you know, and I said, well, what about the rest of the fuel? That goes in the snowmobile, you know.
The flight meant braving Arctic weather and icy seas.
If it goes wrong, you're finished. You know, there's no way anybody's going to get out to you. Yeah, and the immersion suits will only keep you going for about 20 minutes. You've got to keep having adventures. Yeah, so keeps you young. Short field, I mean, it must have stopped in 400 yards.
No, it stopped well short, yeah.
Engineer Ian is used to Tony's passion projects.
The prop, there's no oil all over the place.
No, it's extraordinary.
Is there any oil in it?
Sorry to interrupt, but this is very, very heavy.
Sorry to interrupt, this is very heavy.
And Tony's hunger for new planes shows no signs of easing.
One of my friends has rung up saying that a guy's bought a Broussard in Sierra Leone.
It's midsummer and there's a special get-together. Tony's invited pilots to see the Spanish Jungmeister for the first time.
Craft Whiskey Golf that's just airborne.
And there's no shortage of visitors.
We have a biannual event here, and we invite all the bookers from Europe to come here, and it's always been quite successful.
Like the Jungmeister, all these aircraft were designed by the Bucker company that made the biplanes that helped Hitler build up his air force in the 1930s.
You can line all the bookers up on the taxiway.
Right, okay.
We've got 12 bookers in here for the weekend, including our own stuff, which is not a bad result.
And Whiskey Golf, what's your position?
Try golf if you're lay down with left.
Because of the type of airplane, you've really got to marry the airplane, you've got to get your hands dirty. There's probably, for every hour you fly, you're doing an hour of work on the airplane, more perhaps. So it takes a certain type of person. It's a good fellowship here.
These biplanes have transcended their connection with the Nazis, even among visiting German pilots like Gunter Krump.
My father was trained in it and my grandfather, so I have a special relation to it. Everybody loves it who flies it, but it's critical to take care because there are not very many spare parts and you have to do a lot of work maintaining it.
6 years of my life.
But it's worth it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tony has gone to extraordinary lengths to ensure his plane is as original as possible.
Nowhere on this airplane is there a Phillips screw head because they
didn't
weren't
have
around then. I think people are really impressed with it. I feel it's the best one I've ever done, so I'm quite excited about it all. We just need to get the engine sorted out now. The wings are finished, then we've just got to hang the engine. But it's getting there. It's getting there.
Fuel. Okay. Switches off. 8 blades, please.
Until the Jungmeister is finished, Tony must make do with its big brother, the two-seater Bucker Jungmann, the plane which prepared pilots to fly the faster, more agile single-seater. Once flown, it's never forgotten by its pilots.
The magic of the Jungmann, really you need to sit in one and have a go really to find it, but it just flies so beautiful. The controls really harmonised.
It's a construction, it's flying like biking, it's very light in the controls. You can do aerobatics. It's fun to fly it.
It's May 2020, and in the hangar at Breton, engineer Ian is working on the new plane's beating heart, its antique American engine.
Well, it's a pre-war design, but this one was made late wartime, 45. Relatively straightforward and simple, but it has its own peculiarities, as all these things do. Most difficult is probably understanding the manuals and the drawings, which were written in a different age. Typical of manuals written at the period, they assumed that everybody knew what they were doing, and we're all pretty much highly trained in these kind of skills. So there's a lot of things that they assume that you know, which you have to teach yourself. I'm hoping that we'll have all 7 cylinders on and torque loaded in 2 or 3 hours tomorrow, and I'll let you know what the hard bit is tomorrow.
Ian is as good as his word. Alone in the hangar, he brings together 450 parts to create an engine, fully adjusted, primed, and ready to go. And another 24 hours later, it's ready to fly.
It's 330 pounds, this engine, which is a third of the total weight of the airplane. So when the undercarriage accepts the weight of the airplane, things will change on the fabric. That's about it. We'll just pull it forward then, just gently.
Just 4 bolts hold the engine onto the plane. It's a precise piece of engineering, and each hole needs to be aligned exactly.
Okay, that looks pretty good, Phil. Let's try 2 washers in the bottom of the top lug, eh? It's just alignment. There's 4 rubber bushes to align, basically. What's that look like? Got one in. three to go.
Using only muscle power and a block and tackle, the engine is being nudged into position.
That doesn't look bad, actually. We've just got to move very, very carefully and just try and get all the elasticated joints in line, one by one. So, right, just take the weight off then, Phil, and just see whether that gives us a bit of room for manoeuvre.
Right, coming off.
Yeah, go on. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
It's touch and go.
I think we've just got to be careful, you're not breaking anything, basically.
But finally,
go.
It's in. There's just one vital component missing, but it's got to come a long way.
We ordered the prop from Florida yesterday, and they'll have it ready. So when I go to the States week after next, I'll be able to collect my propeller and hopefully bring it back on Virgin Transport if Mr. Branson will let me.
All that remains now is to create the aluminium cowl that protects the engine. It must be done by hand. In a small village just outside York, vintage car restorer and panel beater Ben Ferguson is recreating the handiwork of 1930s technicians by eye.
I'm annealing this so that it makes it softer, which means it'll go into the hammer form a lot easier.
He's copying a cowl from another surviving Youngmeister.
So I'm going to send it in with this first and get the basic shape. If you were going to make dozens of them, you could press each component, but because of the costings, it's just not viable. So by hand is the only way in this instance. I like taking things on like this that I haven't necessarily done before, and you know, I've had a go and it's come out all right, thankfully. In with the air hammer now.
It makes a change from panel beating car wings.
Aircraft stuff tends to be a bit more intricate and absorbs a lot more hours, but the principle's the same. Just one more blister to make now, and then there's the internal structure to make, copying the original cowling, and then the latches, and then it's over to Taff and for him to fit.
If you want to put the pins in here.
I'll put the pins in and put that. Where's my pin putter in there?
Pin putter in there.
Back in the hangar, it's finally time to give the Youngmeister its wings. Lower ones first. It may not all be plain sailing.
First thing to do is to offer the wings up to the fuselage. This is the pin that goes in and holds the wing on. Split pin in there to stop it coming out, and there's just a tiny split pin in there. And we need Jack maybe on the wingtip.
Okay. Right then, Jack, you ready? Yeah. Aft with your wingtip. Aft. Bit more. Hold it there.
Nothing's been together for 80 years, so you know things change. But hopefully, if the measurements are right, the spars of the wings will go into the main spars of the fuselage, and they'll fit. But they've got to be within a mil, so it's quite close tolerance for such a big aeroplane. I tell you what, Ian, it couldn't be any bloody tighter, could it? Yeah, just if you go aft, Jack, just a touch.
That's as far as it'll go.
Is it?
Yeah, I just started moving the aeroplane.
Okay. That's it. Right, short one at the front. Of course, there's no strength in the pins. The whole of the strength of the aeroplane is in the actual wires. Is it the wrong way around? No, that looks about right, doesn't it?
Can't be.
Fabric's on the wings. The fabric shrinks and changes the shape of the wings slightly, so we really don't know until we try it.
At times, the project has appeared jinxed.
It's a series of problems over 6 years, so today isn't going to be any different. That's it. These wires are threaded left hand at one end, right hand at the other end, so you can tighten them by just turning the wires. And so they tighten up at both ends. If you had 2 right-hand threads, they wouldn't tighten up. So that's the way it's done. So that's it. It's on. It's good. I'm happy. Wait. Aft.
Wing number 2.
Keep going. Keep on going.
More aft, Jack. More aft.
I think that's about it, Ian.
That's it. You're in. It's just started to appear. Well, it's quite tight because obviously, you know, there can't be any play. I mean, if the pins just fell in, then we'd be worried about it. Yeah. That's it.
Down a bit, Jack.
Going around in circles. The Booker aircraft are superb engineered aeroplanes, but of course everything's been in 100 pieces, and now we're trying to put it all back together again, and hopefully it fits and we haven't forgotten anything.
I think we're wrong again. It's far too long. Anybody think we didn't know what we were doing?
No, I'm not changing it again.
Yeah, there's something seriously wrong here. This is wrong twice. You are changing it again.
Just check it fits first.
That's it. Relax.
Suddenly you've got something that looks like an aeroplane, so with the wings on, I think, you know, there's a big morale booster to just get the thing finished. Engine's away at the moment, getting its cowling done. As soon as that comes back, that can go on. The exhaust is being made, so we've no big showstoppers now.
But the young Meister is about to throw one more problem at Tony and the team.
Are we ready?
At the Breton hangar, at long last, a plane that helped write 20th century history is emerging into the sun, 6 months after its first engine run was due. It's much more powerful than the original fitted in the 1930s, and that's created an unusual problem.
We'd normally expect this aeroplane to be hand-swung, but there wasn't anybody around who could swing it over the first compression. So in the end, we thought it would be a wise thing to go for a starter motor. We managed to find somebody in the States who would build one for us, and that's been the delay. So really, people have been too weak to swing it over.
Today, the engine is going to be started for the first time, but there are risks.
With any engine, if you get an air bubble in the bearing, it can be a catastrophic failure, and that's with any aero engine. So it's something that you're a bit nervous about, which is why we prime the engine with hot oil. This has been done now, so we're really ready to go. It's a new airplane, but it's like putting an old boot on. Okay, prop clear?
Yeah. Let me advance it a little.
Okay, I'll put some more prime in, eh?
But there's a problem.
There's not enough fuel in the engine yet, I don't think, and Ian's just advancing it a bit. Okay, try again. Set. And clear prop. Okay.
Nothing obvious, but I think you need to wind the oil pressure up a few pounds.
Okay. Doesn't quite explain why it's so low, does it?
No.
The oil pressure is a little bit low, but we're going to increase the oil pressure now, but that takes about an hour's work. So, but we're there, and there's oil pressure going around, there's fuel pressure, the engine's running, the mags are working on both mags.
There'll be no engine run today, but they've proved the engine will work, eventually.
Okay?
That's it. Bail out then.
Okay. It's a major, major step forward.
It's another small setback, but it's solved just in time. An inspector from the LAA, the Safety Regulators of Light Aviation, has come to look over the young Meister.
Should we pull it forward?
Yeah, we can, if you don't mind.
But the plane includes a number of modifications, and approval isn't a done deal.
Over the years, I've been monitoring the paperwork from TAF on the Jungmeister. The task today is just to have a look at the aircraft in the flesh, in particular at the modifications, make sure there's nothing that we've missed.
Clear prop.
I think it's very important that they're kept flying, not only so that we can enjoy flying them, but also so that the technologies are understood, because I think when you stop using something like this, it's surprising how quickly the knowledge about it can be lost. So this decking is also shorter. The successful outcome of the day would be issuing TAF with clearance to fly paperwork. I'm surprised what a small angle this must actually move through on the mag itself.
Yeah. If you found there's something basically wrong, you know, let's say, for instance, the aircraft was overweight, or there was an attachment that was put in wrongly, you know, it could be, you know, months and months and months to put it right. We have seen fires with these things.
I know it used to be a requirement that you have a shut-off solenoid valve.
Right.
But that seems a bit simpler and more reliable, really. Nowadays, when we're looking at modifications to them, we're applying even higher standards than would have been used when they were first designed. So we're applying 21st century standards to 1930s aircraft.
It's bomb-proof. You could actually fly it within the range with a full baggage load, with a suitcase or whatever in the back.
Do you think you ought to put a limitation on the quantity of oil you put in it? Just thinking about if you did a flick roll with that full.
The inspector seems happy, but he also has some reservations.
The aeroplane is clearly beautifully restored and in a lovely condition with many improvements over its original state. I've just picked up a couple of nuts and bolts to be changed and the odd split pin, and I'm anticipating getting the paperwork issued in the next day or two, really, once those have been attended to.
Yeah, it went very well. Francis is obviously very thorough. He's picked up a few little things, but nothing significant. And I would imagine it's a morning's work just to alter a few things that he doesn't quite like, and then it'll be ready to fly. So, yeah, so we're very encouraged.
20 years after he bought the remains of a pre-war biplane, Tony is finally ready to fly it.
Francis put me through the hoop, but all the mods now are done and completed, and he's happy. And we've got a certificate of clearance to fly, so it's all go. This is the one. Scary. Okay, start to spin it round then. First flights are always extremely difficult. There's no fun involved because there's so much responsibility, and obviously a lot of people have helped me. Everybody's sort of counting on it being a success. So there is pressure on. Okay, keep pushing and we put it into wind. But once you get the first flight out of the way and you know the engine's going to run and you know that the temperatures and pressures are stable, then it's time to have a bit of fun. That's great.
In the 1930s, emergency landings were an everyday event. Tony's preparing for the worst.
Well, I'll just get airborne, climb straight ahead, get some height, and then I'll be over the airfield all the time just in case we get any problems. So at least I've got a sporting chance if the engine stops to get it back on the ground in one piece. The young Meister, of course, was at the time the ultimate aeroplane.
Switch it off. Switches are off.
Clear. I'll try it fully advanced. Clear. Alan, can you just grab the fire extinguisher? Clear.
Tony is about to trust his life to technology developed before he was born.
After X-ray rolling.
And at last, one of the last survivors of Franco's Air Force takes flight once again.
The feeling doesn't go away. It doesn't matter whether it's 1936 or whether it's 2022. It's the same thing. You're there with the airplane alone. No one's going to help you. You're exploring the envelope. Exactly the same as it would have been 60, 70 years ago.
At 76, Tony can imagine the day when he must hang up his flying helmet, but not yet.
I don't know how long I'll carry on with aerobatics, and I'm thinking now maybe it's time to stop flying down the runway upside down, but just something that I'll make that decision, and I don't want somebody coming up to me and saying, Taff, I wouldn't do that anymore.
It'll never be his last project. Before he's finished one, he's lining up the next one.
After a half-hour test flight, the young Meister is returning to its hangar. Despite its problematic rebuild, it is fault-free.
No, it's just lovely. It's absolutely beautiful. I can start enjoying it now.
This rare bird has been reborn at a sky-high price.
There's no shortcut to it. An engine's 40 straight away, so probably about 130k pounds. There you go. and the thing is that it's an iconic aeroplane, and all these bookers, there is a good, strong market for them. So it'll always be worth, what you put into it for sure. My pay rate wouldn't be very good. That'll probably be about £1 an hour. Well, we took a lot of time over rigging it, days and days and days. So yeah, so it's all paid off. It's good. Got to have a lie down now. At the end of the day, you know, it came here as a pile of bits on the hangar floor from America, and slowly over the years we've put it all back together again and given it a fresh new lease of life. You know, it's really important because these are all historic things, and you know, if we lose them, they're gone forever. So, as it is now, as long as it's flown carefully and looked after, you know, it's good for another 50 years before we have to rebuild it. So it's good. It'll see me out anyway.
Windermere, the tranquil heart of the Lake District. It's a magnet for tourists today. But 110 years ago, these waters were a testbed for a revolutionary flying machine.
We want to replicate what they did in 1911.
Now, a team of locals is trying to return the world's first successful seaplane to the sky.
We brought in billets of wood. Every component in this was sold out.
It's a complex mixture of the hydrodynamics and the aerodynamics.
On paper, on computer, we were destined to succeed.
Age of Miracles not yet past, you know.
Stop! Stop!
It's the climax of a 12-year project
Clearance on the tail.
to recreate a plane championed by Winston Churchill himself.
They managed it in 1911, so I thought surely in 2022 it should achieve flight. OK, we're going for a start.
But it requires a modern test pilot to trust his life to Edwardian technology.
It's a delicate machine, and the pilot's delicate as well, so we don't want to hurt him.
You found the safety rails? You put those up, please.
On the placid waters of Windermere, 3 men in a boat are about to recreate history.
Not only is this bit of water where it happened, actually that's the hangar, the base, Hill of Oaks, and that was their full-time water base where operations were conducted from.
Local solicitor Ian G.
But it's all originating from boats.
Former Mayor of Windermere, Adrian Legg.
So I guess they'd like to see the aircraft flying.
And marine architect Paul Robel are the brains behind an extraordinary project to fly the plane they called the Waterbird. It was in 1911 that Windermere became a testbed for a new type of flying machine. In an era when aviators were dying almost daily in crashes, Lake's landowner, Captain Edward Wakefield, hit on the idea of a seaplane to reduce the risks of flying. But in Whitehall, Winston Churchill, First Lord of the Admiralty, had another idea.
German ships maneuver in the cold waters of the North Sea.
Churchill saw seaplanes like Waterbird as potential spies in the sky, able to put to sea with the Royal Navy and warn Britain of the movements of the mighty German fleet. The design of Waterbird's float, with steps to help it break free of the water, was replicated by nearly every seaplane that followed over the next 40 years. Its part in aviation history was forgotten by almost everyone, except Lake's pilot and lawyer Ian G.
I'd always been interested in seaplanes, and I knew nothing of this story. Waterbird was revolutionary because of the design of the central float. The aircraft itself is built by Avro and using techniques that were appropriate to the time. We're only a few years, in fact, since the Wright brothers first flew. The revolution is in the underside of the float that enables it to leave the water, where previously everybody had failed. Where Wakefield made a difference is by introducing steps. Initially they tried it with no steps, then one step, and then when they put the second step in, that was when they were able to depart from the water.
Today, Ian and his team are determined Waterbird will fly again.
It's Sunday, the 12th of June. I was up at 4 o'clock to do a weather check this morning out on the end of the jetty with an anemometer to check that it looked suitable for going ahead.
It's 12 years since work began to build and fly this exact replica of an Edwardian seaplane.
It's beautiful.
The last 4 have been beset by problems and failures.
This is the initial float test. We'll do an engine run and check the central gravity. So it's a practice of the launching procedure.
The hardest job is keeping that joint roughly on the lines.
Paul is paying the same attention to detail he once gave to the launch of the aircraft carriers he helped design before he retired to the lakes.
The intention today is to demonstrate, prove all the calculations to do with the statics. So it's a sort of final proving day before we do dynamic run. Right. Good, good.
But first they need to make sure this 110-year throwback floats properly.
So, how do we get going, do you think?
Waterbird's test pilot was pioneer aviator Herbert Stanley Adams.
If you have too much of an angle, it'll roll over, okay?
Today, his great-nephew is here, hoping to record history repeating itself.
My great-uncle Herbert Stanley Adams was the first man to pilot such a plane off water in the Empire. Managed to fly the aeroplane successfully, but unfortunately, sometime shortly afterwards, a tree blew down and destroyed the original aeroplane in its hangar. So we no longer have the original aeroplane, but the float survived, and the plans, of course.
12 years ago, those plans were at the centre of the rebirth of Waterbird. In a workshop in Lincolnshire, local cabinet maker Mike Sales has just accepted an unusual job.
Initially the job was advertised as cabinet maker, so I had no idea it was on an airfield or anything. It's such a unique project that it's hard to give a category, really.
So the fabric will come over and around here.
His new boss is Jerry Cooper, aircraft engineer and the man charged with rebuilding the Waterbird with his wife Jenny.
Luckily, we have an observer's book from World War I on how to put all these airplanes together. So they tell us an awful lot. We'll get a design engineer to go through it with us, and when we submit his results to the Civil Aviation Authority, and hopefully they'll go along with us. I've already spoken to them, and they said, start building.
Using a children's book and fragments of plans found in family archives, drawn up by manufacturers Avro, later builders of the legendary Lancaster bomber, Jerry has to reconstruct a plane using long-forgotten techniques. The original Waterbird was made of wood, linen and bamboo, a material that hasn't been used for plane making in decades. But over the next year in this hangar, the new Waterbird quickly takes shape.
Well, what we're doing is setting up so that we know what the thing's going to look like, what the concept is. We need to get the thing all trimmed, and we do that on land because we'll be tensioning wires and we'll be moving things around. It'll be very difficult to do in water. And then we'll convert it, or we'll convert it in here to take the floats and put the floats on it, and then we'll take it to Lake Windermere.
The only part Jerry isn't making is the float. That task has been given to Lakeland yacht builder James Pearce.
We went down to the RAF museum where it's all been kept. We took our original measurements from the original float that is existing there, or what's left of it, to create the drawing for this. And something that we found quite interesting is that it doesn't correlate with the dimensions that are in all the documentation of it, which makes you a bit sceptical about the weights that they said things were.
Today, Ian and Adrian have come to see progress.
It's only that long.
Oh, right, well, that can go.
Probably, you know.
And how wide?
Only 600 wide. We've decided to go for a fairly open construction, which will be completely watertight with the doped canvas top. But the problem is materials are quite expensive, and you know, so getting the funding towards that is part of the battle. But I'm very pleased to see that this has all come together.
A straight pin with a tab in it. Yes, in a slot in the end.
Just 3 weeks later, back in Lincolnshire, the final missing component of the Waterbird is about to be attached.
Cushion just to your left, Jerry. This morning is the momentous stage we have in our project for the delivery of the float.
And the idea is the whole aircraft will be launched down the slipway on this bogie.
The step needs to go by that piece of wood. Age of Miracles not yet passed, you know. That's approximately where it goes. Approximately.
This is principally the last piece in the jigsaw. we can now actually imagine how the whole thing might eventually look like.
Waterbird has been fitted with wheels for her first flight, just as Avro did in 1911.
We've got to attempt to get some air between the wheels and the ground. I've been told I can only fly it as high as I'm prepared to fall, and that's what we're going to do. We actually have an aeroplane here now, for better or for worse. I mean, we brought in billets of wood, and every component in this was sought out. So it's been a long job that way. I'm quite happy with it. You know, I'm quite happy with our workmanship, and I'm quite happy with the design. If it flew in 1911, it'll fly now.
Jerry is one of the UK's most respected vintage aircraft restorers, and he's flown many planes dating back to World War I. But today, he's out of his comfort zone.
Okay, fuel is on, head's on, master on. Clear? Yeah.
The engine is a modern design, but the rest of the plane is authentically Edwardian.
Well, what we do first, we fire it up, and I'll taxi it around on the grass a little bit just to make sure, you know, everything's ackling properly. And then we'll do a low power run.
The taxiing tests are successful, but flying is a different matter.
Another little hop across the runway down to the bottom end, and then turn around, and then once, because there's no wind, we can come either way, any direction, so, and just keep going.
And the Waterbird is drawing a crowd. Jerry is opening the throttle. The speed is increasing, and he's airborne. The flight lasts less than a minute, and touchdown is a moment of relief for Jerry's wife.
Words cannot describe the effort that they've put into it. Jerry's belief in it, and also E&G's belief in it, has been second to none, and without that belief, they wouldn't have done what they've done.
It's a culmination of a long time and a lot of aggravation, but there it is. There's quite a lot of aileron control on it, so that you can actually feel it wants to turn and it wants to do all these things. This is what's the annoying part, is because it looks so fragile, people turn around and say, oh, that would never fly. It doesn't, but it does, and it flies fantastically, and it's responsive, it does everything it's supposed to do.
Seeing the video and the photographs, you know, completely elated, astonishing that it worked, and the builder then said he didn't need to do any more tests. He would go straight to the seaplane conversion.
But turning the wheeled Waterbird into a seaplane won't be easy. It's spring 2020, and Britain's first successful seaplane is ready for takeoff. It's taken 3 years to convince aviation safety regulators it's safe for Waterbird to begin trials on water.
This is how it would be when it's completely rigged to fly. So we will then move it down into the water while it's still calm and find the right position for the float. What we don't want is, you see the curve in the back of the float. We don't want the water to come above that. If it comes above that, then we've got a problem.
No one knows precisely how much the original Waterbird weighed or how buoyant its float was. This test could consign the whole plane to the lake bed.
I'm a good foot.
That's
I'm a
okay.
good foot out this side.
As dawn breaks, the stillest part of the day, it's time to gently launch Waterbird. But it quickly dawns on Ian that all is not well.
Got a little bubbling coming from the back, guys.
After 10 years and hundreds of thousands of pounds, Waterbird lacks buoyancy, as do the secondary floats on the wingtips.
We're trying to work out why it's not floating. I don't. I'm not into this nautical stuff.
Paul's instinct is that the main float is in the wrong position.
If you move forward 12 inches, that'll be fine.
Ah, right.
That can be fixed.
If we leave it where it is, okay, and push it back into the water, it'll just topple over backwards. because there's not enough buoyancy in the back of the float to keep the back end up. So what we've got to do is move the float.
It's remarkable how they managed it back in Windermere in 1911.
The float has been built to be adjustable. And in less than an hour, the team are ready to try again.
Right hand down, right hand.
But Waterbird still refuses to float properly.
Personally, I take it a foot, because then at least you know you've overshot. If Richard's got a complete set of hydrostatics, they should be the information. There's a thing called moment to change trim, so how much, either just on the calculations, but you've got plenty of free work with bow, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes.
On paper, on computer, we were destined to succeed. Edward Wakefield started in 1909 and didn't succeed until November 1911, so it took him 2 years.
Jerry, forwards!
It's a bitter pill to swallow. The following day, Waterbird is heading off on a lorry. For the team, it's back to the drawing board, and Ian must face up to the project's overstretched finances.
We reached a stage in the project where there was no more funding available. The project, therefore, was going to come to an end. I looked at the history and reflected on the amount of time, emotion that I put into it, and came to the conclusion that it was going to die unless somebody did something. And the only person who was going to do anything was me. Therefore, I funded in the order of 2/3 of the aeroplane cost.
For the next 2 years, the team test a new float, then redesign the steps that allow the plane to break free of the water. But another test results in the plane porpoising at speed. Once again, it's back to the workshop.
You can see the original steps here, yes, which are scaled up from 1911, okay, as we stretch the thing.
It's 2022, and in a woodyard near Windermere, Paul is working with another boat builder, Hamish Patterson.
We reached some issues which we really couldn't resolve. All the bits in the water, we concluded, had to be completely redesigned and remade. Pretty convinced that that's causing the part of the problem of the porpoising, so they're going to have to be reduced. So what we really want to do is we'll keep the same lengths, and then we'll reduce the depth, and this time they'll be the same.
There's been a bit of redesign, and we're going to reduce the steps to 50 mil. They're going to stay the same length, so about half of what they are. I'm going to whip the cappings off, whip this sheet off, and then there's a lot of internal structure that's going to have to come away.
In 1911, Avro's engineers developed the Waterbird using trial and error. The scale of their achievement in an age before computer-aided design is now becoming clear.
Weight's always in your mind with boats, but with this, just the odd gram here and there would have been the difference.
This is not how you would design from scratch. Yes, so it's fascinating, but also frustrating, because obviously we can't do what modern seaplanes have done. Modern seaplanes have evolved very quickly from 1911 through the 30s and 40s. You see, and look at a modern seaplane, it's quite different. So we understand what we'd like to do, but we can't, because it's got to be authentic. We're going down a very similar path they did in 1911, but they will do it quickly. We're taking our time. We obviously have modern safety, this, that, and the other, so we're learning as we go. As they learned, as they went. They didn't leave a very good record, of course, of what they did.
Back in the days when they built this, they probably had months of trialing. These guys only had a tiny window, so a couple of hours a day, weather permitting, and for a week. But ideally, I wasn't going to see it again. But I'll sign my new steps, and they're pretty confident it'll take off this time.
Before they put the plane in the water for the very first time at Nottingham, it had flown as a land plane. They then made the modifications to a seaplane, just as they did in 1911. We've learnt that there's not enough buoyancy, we learnt that the pilot was too heavy, we learnt that it's very tender in roll. So lots of things, simple things like that. We made some lash up changes at the time to make it okay, so it wouldn't sink. But that led us to the need for fundamental change in everything underwater, which Hamish has done.
On Windermere, a battle against bureaucracy is underway to clear the way for another test flight.
We have two authorities to satisfy, the Civil Aviation Authority and the Lake District National Park Authority. We have to have permission from the Lake District National Park Authority because there is a 10-knot speed limit. There is only one other organisation that have ever achieved this exemption. We will then send out notices to all the various businesses who use the lake and also individuals, so everybody will know about what our intentions are.
It's June 2022, and 100 miles south of Windermere, Ian and a new backup team are preparing for a final attempt to coax Waterbird into the air.
Today is the movement of the aircraft from its base here at Liverpool Airport to our temporary location, our hangar at Windermere, for our trials.
Waterbird creator Jerry has now withdrawn from the project, so engineer Dr. Bill Brooks has stepped in to lead the test.
The problem last year was clearly it didn't get off the water, and we ran into porpoising problems on the water before the aircraft could get flying speed. It's all more a question of stability, and it's a complex mixture of the hydrodynamics and the aerodynamics, and of course the aerodynamics take over from the hydrodynamics as you approach flying speed. So I think that there's certainly a good chance that it'll develop enough lift on its water attitude to rise.
Adrian envies the simplicity of Edwardian aviation.
The great thing about the original aviators on Windermere was that they had bottomless pockets, no restriction on speed limits, no civil aviation authority. We are restricted by many of those restraints, and that's why it's taken so long.
Sees the light of day.
Waterbird's fragile structure could suffer irreparable damage every time she's moved. Every phase of today's operation has been planned with great care. It's a race against time. They have just a week to fly Waterbird, then dismantle her and her hangar.
The wings go in a taut liner and therefore have protection. The centre section of the aircraft, however, goes on a low loader and therefore is exposed to the elements.
It's a 100-mile drive to the lakes, and Waterbird is visibly flexing every time other vehicles overtake.
We're concerned about side winds, we're concerned about other traffic. There are speed bumps to go over, but we have a written procedure which details what must be done, and therefore we believe we've accounted for all eventualities.
Just stop short of him, there's a couple of cars here which will send back down your way.
Windermere is a welcome sight for the team, but their problems aren't over yet.
Are you going to let them pull in where that is?
Yeah.
It's going to be very tricky because it's a narrow road with sharp bend trees. It's not designed for articulated lorries.
So the problem is you've only got single axle drive at the back. Concern is whether he can get out again.
First thing is make sure there's no damage, because if there's damage, that's a problem. We obviously have time to fix it. So we'll do a damage inspection tonight. Then tomorrow, assuming there's no damage, then we're straight into rigging and putting it all back together, and then it's really the setup on the set.
Tail's fine, you've got 4 feet clearance on the tail.
And then Sunday we're in the water. So static trials in the water, which will prove all those final modifications we did from last year, and then that'll allow us to finalise exactly where the float and the airframe will fit together. These guys have been working, as you say, behind the scenes for a long time, and we'll see the results of that all tomorrow. It'll all come together.
2 feet clearance on the tail.
After a half-hour initial inspection, Ian has some good news.
The chief engineer has given the aircraft a close examination and declared that there is no damage found. So therefore our journey today has been a total success.
Well, why Hang on. The scrap seal.
Well, have a good look around the bamboo for splits. Splits, unless they are very large and not terminal, they can be bound up with Kevlar and cyano, super glue, but there'll have to be an overall airframe inspection when it's reassembled because all the tensions in all the rigging cables will have changed.
Waterbird has become a local celebrity, and there's no shortage of volunteers willing to help out round the clock.
Because she is a live aircraft and effectively this is an airfield, we need security. So somebody is staying on site overnight, every night, to guard and look after both the site and the aircraft. So yeah, it's a 24-hour operation really.
Tomorrow the team will find out if the modifications to the float allow Waterbird to leave the lake, or whether the first seaplane stubbornly refuses to fly once more. Dawn on Windermere brings clear skies and little wind. Ideal conditions for an Edwardian seaplane.
Okay, ready? Who's shout? Thank you. Yeah, it's just that.
Today will reveal whether the modifications to the float have done the job.
So, are we going to just keep going straight or what? That's it. Right, come on, push, guys. Where's everybody gone? We left the turn a bit late.
The pressure is on for the engineering team.
There's a danger that the upper wing could catch some of those vertical poles over there. So I need to keep an eye on that, just to check that we don't damage the aircraft.
Let's stop!
Part of the lake will be cleared for the trials, and the strict speed limit of 10 miles per hour set aside for the day.
Ready to go?
You go slower.
Here, we ask you to go slower, please.
Local volunteers have been drafted in for the delicate task of mooring Waterbird to a jetty.
Slow.
Stop there, Adrian, I think you're there. So, I think we'd like to bring it into slightly shallow water, please. Yeah, get on you get.
Adrian has volunteered to become human ballast in preparation for the arrival of the test pilot.
Now, how much difference that makes? A lot.
What is this, Adrian?
No, I haven't actually.
Even getting into the pilot's seat is a challenge.
Yeah, that's the way I do it.
Yeah. Oh,
brilliant.
Oh, well done, that man.
Woohoo!
Right, what's going to happen? I want you to immerse the side float a bit, okay? And just see how much force you require to pull it. Keep going. Pull it all the way down, please, till it's immersed. And then I'm going to ask you to let it go. Let it go. Let's just see what. Don't catch it.
Waterbird floats, and the buoyancy problems in the wingtip floats now appear to have been solved.
So our big problem is we've got too much trim up. Right, is there anything else we could usefully measure, Bill, at this stage?
It's not a straightforward process, but the team, I think, is working well together. We have a detailed plan, and overall, I think it went well. As far as the aircraft itself is concerned, adjustment needs to be made to give it a further forward balance, which is either done by the lead weights on the front or by moving the aircraft forward on the float. Fundamentally, it's correct. It is now just a matter of fine adjustment.
Tomorrow, Waterbird is due to fly, but doubts still remain.
It sits fine, there's enough stability, but my feeling is we're slightly stern down, so basically we've got slightly too much of a pitch-up angle. We could live with what we've got, but I think we should reduce the trim angle, i.e. bring the airframe forward on the float. It's a question now of just recalculating, and then we'll reset it all and do the whole exercise again.
Day 2 dawns and the team are preparing to taxi the plane, the point at which last year's trial started to go wrong.
It's quite close to the 40% point.
But balancing the plane accurately is vital. If its centre of gravity is in the wrong place, it won't fly. So it looks like lead ballast is needed.
Okay, so nudging the ballast is actually, it will bring the centre of gravity closer to the ideal position. Yes, that's a good idea, okay? So that will aid flying, because there's no point just getting airborne, we need it to fly nicely, okay?
The pilot is quite light, he's only 65 kilos, and without ballast, from the weight and balance measurements that we've made, the centre of gravity would be too far back. With the increased angle of attack that we've got now, which is about 6 degrees, it should just gather speed and then sort of levitate upwards. If the pilot finds that he can't raise the nose and get off the water, then we can remove a bit of ballast, so we'll see how we go.
But they've just come across an unfamiliar problem for a team of modern aircraft engineers.
When the original waterbird was constructed, Wakefield was complaining about the quality of the bamboo, and Aviro was saying, well, the thing is just to lash it any time you see a split. And that's all we're doing today, apart from with Kevlar thread and epoxy rather than string.
Ready? Gently.
Yeah, it's going down.
Once again, the float is being moved, this time to increase its angle of attack with the water.
So last year, we probably had 3 degrees, and this year we're going to have 7. What we'd like to do is make sure that if we had to raise it by 2 degrees, the rudder was clear of the water. We're going to put it back in the water now and just remeasure everything once. And if we're happy, we'll drill the holes and we're off.
Even though this is Edwardian technology, it's a voyage of discovery for the man from the regulator, the Light Aircraft Association.
Certainly improved the likelihood of it taking off with the increase in the incidence of the wings. Whether the change in the steps will affect the tendency to porpoise is something that really it's a question of hydrodynamics rather than aerodynamics, so it's outside of my field, but I believe that there's been some very expert advice on that, so we watch on with interest.
Today's trials are taking place in almost total secrecy, disturbing the tranquility of the lake with the noise of an aero engine is controversial for some, just as it was 100 years ago, when Windermere's most celebrated resident, the children's author Beatrix Potter, tried to ban seaplanes. But she came up against Waterbird's champion.
Winston Churchill had almost a childlike enthusiasm for technology. He was absolutely fascinated in particular with aviation, despite being a Navy man. So he had this real fascination with seaplanes.
Dr. Victoria Taylor is an expert on the future Prime Minister's interest in aviation.
He'd also seen how air power could be utilised. He had really got this idea of how air power was going to define the war of the future.
Churchill insisted flying from the lake must continue. But the First Lord of the Admiralty's enthusiasm wasn't just strategic.
Churchill jumped onto the aviation bandwagon as soon as he possibly could. He wanted to learn for himself. And of course, this caused a lot of consternation for his friends, but specifically his wife, because aviation in this period, learning to fly in this period was incredibly dangerous. And indeed, he had to give it up in the end because so many within his inner circle had died in plane crashes themselves. So even though he had wanted to fly, he was very much told that no, there are others that can fly, you might be needed for other things.
With Churchill's support, by the time the First World War broke out, Windermere was a Royal Naval Air Service base. And today, the moment when a seaplane will once again take off from its waters is getting closer.
So that's perfect. That is exactly what the calculation said it should be.
Much better buoyancy at the rear now. Reinforce the hull slightly where the bolts are going to go, and then drill and then bolt float on in that position.
A new member of the team is about to join the operation. Pete Kinsey is one of the UK's most famous test pilots.
Ian asked me if I was interested in doing this, and I said definitely. It's such a unique opportunity. In the past I've test flown various oddball aeroplanes, if you like, so that's my background of having done that. And I am a seaplane pilot as well.
He's flown almost every surviving aircraft from the First and Second World Wars, including many marks of the legendary Spitfire.
It'll change a bit when we get the engine up to high power.
His job is to analyse all aspects of a new plane and help make it safe for ordinary pilots.
There's no way of knowing that we've recreated the exact same machine, so it may be slightly different. The wing incidence has been changed, the float slightly changed, and its position in relationship to the wing has changed, so we keep our fingers crossed that we can exceed that speed this time, and another 5 miles per hour, and I'm sure it'll get airborne.
Day 3, and Hamish is bolting the float in place in preparation for the taxi trials.
Watching a master.
Oh, not really. I got the wrong bolt.
This is an R2800.
And test pilot Pete is ready to climb into the cockpit.
Today is the first live run when we'll let the aircraft go free under power with the qualified test pilot. Yesterday we did a lot of tinkering with the aircraft. We've adjusted the central gravity, locked off all the adjusting wires. So it was a very full-on day yesterday, but today we should see the satisfaction of all that work all being well.
The test must be fitted in and around Windermere's lucrative tourist trade.
Cruise boat starts at 9:30. It's now 6:57, so we're okay on time there. Ian and I are going to be down on a point just through the trees there.
A qualified aviation operations director will oversee the test.
We are looking out for birds, drones, other lake users, and anything else that could be a hazard.
Pilot's been briefed, pilot's gone up and down the course, and we've checked for any debris in the water, OK? And obviously others will keep an eye out for that, so that's all good, he's happy. And he also checked the wind conditions, so we stopped the boat in the middle of the lake, checked the weather conditions for us, so he's happy, apart from the slight spattering of rain. So the next step is to basically get the plane in the water, get him on board, and basically catch up to where we were last year.
To stop fuel and oil coming out, there's a tap.
Test pilot Pete's getting up to speed on the Waterbird's modern engine. For a pilot, this will be a unique challenge.
Our pilots are used to flying Spitfires, which is a highly responsive aircraft. This one is very different. Large inputs seem to have limited effect on the aircraft.
Pete's about to brave the chilly waters of the lake on an unproven plane. And the rigging wires mean that if it sinks, escape will be challenging. But for the team, it's an enviable job.
He's a very lucky person in my book. I would love to do it.
I'm thinking the total range is likely to be that.
Yeah.
With that in the middle.
Unlike modern planes, Waterbird's elevator, which controls climb or descent, is at the front, not the tail. It's called a canard, and it's a potentially lethal design feature.
When you're planing along the water and you pull back to take off, you could quite easily pull too far and pull it through the stall angle, which is maximum angle of attack, and you could then just fall back onto the water. So the pilot's going to have to be fairly delicate with it, I would think.
Engineer Bill will follow Pete's progress from the lake, as will a rescue launch.
I think what he'll do is take a sweep right, and then we'll just follow him round, OK?
Cheers, mate. Yeah, we're on frequency.
Pete opens up the Waterbird's engine. Last year, this resulted in the plane lethally porpoising on the surface. But this time, the float is lifting from the water. And then Waterbird flies. If only for a few hundred meters. After 12 years, the team's dream of returning Britain's first successful seaplane to the sky has become reality.
Well done. Next session, it won't be raining either.
No, possibly not. OK, I'll start heading back.
Yes. Well done, everybody.
Oh!
He did exactly what one would dream about. When he got to 35, 37, he actually gently, very progressively lifted off in a nice, controlled way, no excitement, stayed up. So he didn't hop and come down, stayed up at that height, and then very nicely, progressively brought it down. It just touched and came in, and we're all rather pleased.
Pete is the hero of the hour.
A veritable gazelle, young man.
Get down. All right, fantastic.
Tomorrow, Waterbird's first real flight is scheduled. It'll be another early start on the shores of Windermere. It's a tense morning for engineer Bill. Test pilot Pete is about to put his life in Bill's hands for Waterbird's first real flight from water.
I'm going around this checklist and I don't want to miss an item. There's a whole series of checks starting off with engine things. One of the things with the radial engine is that you don't want to just blithely start it up because the bottom cylinders may be full of oil.
in which case you could have a hydraulic lock and bend your connecting rods. The only thing is the usual stuff like, you know, the oil tap is the one that gives me the heebie-jeebies. I've turned it round and round, it's all right. I don't want to go taking plugs out because I'm slightly leery about the plug threads on this bottom starboard. Yeah, there you are.
Good. Excellent. So the area is the same as yesterday. From the bay south, you'll have the transceiver. Okay, yeah. And I'll have a marine, and Ian, you'll have a marine. Channel 1 as before. And there'll be a marine on the boat as well.
We're getting up around 4 o'clock most mornings. It's very much the team thing. If one's here, we're all here, even if we're not needed. We'll do our best to get Waterbird in the air because that's what it's all about, and we're all just very sadly excited about she's flying.
Is that easier to steer off?
So much easier. We're just waiting for whether the water conditions are okay. Going to check because it can be, if it's too glassy, when a pilot gets above the water, he can't see where the water surface is. So it can actually, when it's trying to land, it can land early and hit too hard. It's a delicate machine, and the pilot's delicate as well. So we don't want to hurt him.
We're just going to do a dummy run and just have a look and see what it's doing for the pilot.
Pete's heading out to assess the conditions.
Well, we're happy with that.
You've got cream on it, I'd say.
And the team test pilot likes what he's seeing.
We want to see some detail in the water, so some ripples on the water, because that's how I judge my height. And if it's glassy water, it's just like a mirror and I can't judge how high I am. That's what we had early this morning, but now that's gone away. Straight into wind, heading south down the lake. Couldn't be better. And we're going to take it a little bit faster, up to its maximum speed, which is 52 miles an hour.
That's good. Okay, we're going for a start.
In 1911, Waterbird climbed to a height of 800 feet and flew more than 20 miles from the lake. But today's ambition is more modest.
Looks like he's lining up for a decent long stretch.
Yeah.
Roger.
This time, Pete will accelerate up to cruising speed. The control system was designed just 7 years after the Wright brothers first flew. Amazingly, it works.
Oh, that's much smoother. Much smoother liftoff. Wow.
Pete is constantly adjusting the controls to maintain height. Unlike a modern plane, Waterbird is highly unstable.
So suddenly, I'm in a position where the pilot is going for it, and it worked perfectly.
I was almost in tears when I saw it take off. And as soon as I could see clear space between the hull and the water, it was an absolute marvellous moment.
But landing is the riskiest part of the flight. Touching down on water imposes massive stress on the float.
It's a matter of waiting to see what the aeroplane will do when it's in a control position for landing.
Yeah, all good. The canard angle is pretty much neutral. Yeah, it's all good.
And Bill is convinced Waterbird could fly higher and faster than permitted on a test flight.
It's cruising at about 2,800 RPM and 45 miles an hour, so there's heaps of power in reserve. That's not a problem.
It always was a credible flying machine, and the alterations and differences that were made were not radical. It was always just bubbling under once the
technical alterations have been made that made the difference and success.
There's been a huge amount of effort, teams of people thinking about it, etc., etc. So now it's a plane. Basically, my job, everything to do with the water, is tick. So that's great relief. And an excitement seeing it fly.
I knew we'd get there eventually. I mean, they managed it in 1911, so I thought surely in the year 2022 we should achieve flight from the water.
Well, I have a bit more than that.
We now have our permit to fly, so now we move from our own testing to demonstration to the public, and hopefully, ultimately, we can find a home for it to live at Windermere.
And as summer on Windermere draws to a close, the reborn Waterbird finally makes her first public appearance in front of hundreds of locals and tourists.
I think it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Oh, it's going. Oh my God. Wow.
I think the pilot is very brave.
I mean, he used to go on planes on my holidays, nothing like that.
It's the most interesting era, that turn of the 1900. So much innovation, so much pride in what we did and how things were created. All the best machinery, start of the motor car, spot on.
Sywell Aerodrome, Northampton, home to some of the UK's most historic warplanes. But today, there's an unusual new arrival.
It's a Lockheed 12, a beautiful machine. Well, it will be.
It has no guns, no military markings, but this secret spy plane was fighting the Second World War before it even started.
MI6's first aeroplane. I've been told that they're actually very interested in it. We're very lucky that we see an awful lot of aeroplanes through this hangar with unbelievable history. The history of this one is even more unbelievable than all the others.
It was used to steal some of Hitler's greatest military secrets, flown by a man said to have been the model for James Bond.
Sidney Cotton was an Australian with a very colourful life. He had a love for aviation, he had a love for women, he was a businessman, an inventor, an entrepreneur.
Yep, clear on the right.
And now an elite team of engineers and restorers have been assigned to put Britain's first spy plane back in the air.
It was a very significant aeroplane of its time, so what we're doing is making sure we complete the picture.
Yeah.
Very successful run.
It's 1938, and at Heston Aerodrome in West London, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain is about to board a flight to Berlin.
When I was a little boy, I used to repeat, if at first you don't succeed, try, try, try again.
His aim is to save Europe from a world war at a summit with Adolf Hitler. But as the Prime Minister boards his American-built Lockheed airliner, at the other side of the same airfield, a shadowy company is acquiring a very similar aircraft for a very different mission. Britain is desperate to find out more about its potential enemy's preparations for war. Getting spies into Hitler's police state is fraught with danger.
Whispers are passing through, not facts. And so as a result, the British are needing to make sure that they can see Germany from above if it can't see it from within.
So an innocent-looking British executive plane joins Germany's fearsome new air force in the skies over the fatherland. It's armed with concealed state-of-the-art cameras to take high-resolution aerial pictures. Now 80 years on, and after a lifetime in America, that plane has been shipped back to the UK. But rebuilding it won't be easy.
It's a Lockheed 12, a beautiful machine. Well, it will be.
Engineer Wade Hammond will lead the restoration.
It's got a little bit of a way to go to get to the beautiful.
He'll be assisted by Lee Kingman, his father Steve,
There's a lot of work involved in it. A few months' work.
and a team of expert engineers. The rebuild will be supervised by the boss, warplane pilot and restorer Richard Grace.
We've got a Lockheed 12A Electra Junior just come in from the States by sea. Evidently not an aeroplane that was designed to be shipped by sea, so it's come in 2 shipping containers. Yeah, amazing aeroplane. Sir Sidney Cotton's own personal mount that he was flying around over Germany right before the outbreak of World War II. Taking very discreet aerial shots of the ground, flying German dignitaries around actually. Probably very embarrassing when they found that had happened.
I'm looking at 2 bolts in the floor.
We'll get them out. It's good, it's all right. Seen better, it's all there for a start, which is always useful. It's been flying in America apparently, so we'll wait and see.
It's MI6's first aeroplane. I've been told that they're actually very interested in it. So I haven't had anyone in a sort of nondescript suit turn up yet, but I'm sure they'll come. They're probably working here already, aren't they?
Getting the aircraft out of the containers will itself be a challenge for Richard's team.
We are welding 2 wheels onto the front to allow it to out of this monster container, and then once it gets out a certain distance we'll weld 2 more on the back and we should be able to manoeuvre it about a bit easier. Because at the minute it's a bit of a pain. But yeah, all being well, 10 minutes it should be out.
I think you can probably do with some wires. You can see most of the wires have kind of just been cut, so I think it would need a rewire and eventually we'll have a new interior, a smarter interior, and then it's obviously just a case of assembling it, putting the fuselage onto the centre section, putting the outer wings on, putting the engines on, and hopefully then we'll go flying. Hang on, I'll get out. I'm not saying I'm fat.
Who's got the front?
Even I'm sort of flabbergasted that it actually exists and is real and hasn't ever been significantly damaged. It's an amazing, amazing aeroplane.
Probably can see there's not a lot of room between everything in here, and they've done a nice job of packing it all.
You just mind your fingers, though.
Yep.
Let it go and let it rise.
Right.
The Lockheed was one of the first monocoque aircraft to be built, a long way ahead of its British rivals of the 1930s. Biplanes like the Dragon Rapide, made by de Havilland, were half the speed and built largely of wood and fabric. Unlike them, the Lockheed was built from aluminium. It was never meant to come apart, and its high-tech construction will mean reassembling it could be a complex task.
Stop! We had Tiger Moths and they were building these. So it's good. It's a good airplane. Nicely made. You can't look at these airplanes using today's standards. You've got to look at it back as it was in the day. And this would have been, yeah, a racy little airplane.
The Sywell team must put a 3D jigsaw back together, from fuel tanks to propellers. Then they must satisfy the Civil Aviation Authority it's safe to fly. In the late 1930s, Lockheed's fast twin-engined executive planes were the Learjets of their age. Famous owners included pioneering aviator Amelia Earhart. So there was nothing unusual when First World War veteran Sidney Cotton acquired one, apparently to use for charter work and promoting his fledgling film business in Europe.
Sidney Cotton was an Australian with a very colourful life. You know, he had a love for aviation, he had a love for women, he was a businessman, an inventor, an entrepreneur.
But the real funders of Cotton's Lockheed were MI6 and French military intelligence. And concealed somewhere on board were several high-definition cameras to capture Germany's military secrets from above. Vital intelligence for the impending war.
Every significant building, airfield, factory, dams, got photographs of it. From that, probably. What a piece of history, you know?
Hitler had rearmed Germany in secret, and aerial reconnaissance was central to giving Whitehall a clear picture of the enemy Britain faced. It meant Cotton risking his life, often flying Nazi passengers.
He was running an airline, fundamentally, so they chartered him as a pilot to fly them from point A to point B. Sometimes he was delicately diverting the flights. Oh, I'm a bit lost, or just head over here, and had a button under the seat that he would press to take these photos. He was also flying around German dignitaries and would often let them kind of have a poll. Oh, I'm flying an aeroplane, isn't this great? Oh, let's go have a look at Tempelhof over there and see what's grouping there. And as we're flying over, there's all this Air Force on the ground. Like, that's very interesting, yeah, nice flying. And pressing the button underneath the seat to take photos of it all. So it's a great story, really, really good.
One of Cotton's most audacious reconnaissance missions over Nazi Germany is the fact that he actually goes up in the air with General Albert Kesselring, who of course is one of the major players in the German Luftwaffe. And as a result, he is there in his seat trying to take pictures very covertly while he's sat right next to such a key individual in the German Luftwaffe.
We're very lucky that we see an awful lot of aeroplanes through this hangar with unbelievable history. The history of this one is even more unbelievable than all the others, and they were quite unbelievable to start with.
For the first time in decades, Cotton's aircraft is being stripped bare. Most of its paintwork dates from the 1970s.
What I've done is I've protected all the perspex and the windows, then I've covered it all in stripper, let the stripper do its work, take it all off, wash it down, getting all the primer off round rivet heads, along the seams, and then we pre-treat it, prime it and paint it.
This is a major project for the team.
To strip this fuselage so far has taken me about 35 hours.
If you had a company, you'd want one of these as your business jet, basically. And this aeroplane actually was initially taken on by the Cunico Oil Company. They were its first owner. And it's still got the rivet holes in the side from where the Cunico emblem was riveted on. And they just used it like a business jet, basically. And that's really what it was. It's really lovely inside. It's a comfortable 8-seat aeroplane, 2-pilot, instruments, night, lots of fuel, you know, generally a practical machine.
The 85-year-old fuselage bears the scars of long-forgotten flights in all weathers.
The engine and the propeller are here. You get ice on the propeller and it comes off. And if it comes off and hits the fuselage, then it dents it. So you've got dent here, dents here, dents here. And we'll have to fill them to make it look pretty again.
And the stripper is also revealing traces of its clandestine missions, when it was painted a colour Cotton believed would allow it to blend into the sky.
Because this was probably painted with the wings off, then this is possibly the original colour. So we've had a look in some photos and we think this is right. So we will probably paint it a very similar colour to this.
It's a bit of an odd, kind of like a duck eggy, greeny, bluey. It's a very hard colour to describe, but it's a good colour. It's now used on a lot of Spitfire spinners. You see a light-coloured Spitfire spinner, it's that colour. And it was actually a colour that was adopted as a colour that made it really discreet when you were flying it along in the air. So it's going to look pretty different. I mean, all Lockheeds have a big lightning bolt thing down the side, which looks brilliant anyway. So we're going to have that.
To ship the plane, many wires were simply severed, and now avionics engineer Andy Stevens must work out how to reconnect them deep inside the Lockheed structure.
iPhones have certainly helped. Pictures everywhere. Torch as well when you haven't got the other one out.
It's never been this far apart since Lockheed put it together. And a lot of it's a bit of an unknown for that very reason, in that it's never been this far apart. The guys that took it apart in the States were only dismantling it for the purpose of shipping it. They didn't particularly look at anything, they weren't tasked to look at anything. We were always going to look at everything when it turned up here. So we've got a mountain to climb, but we do like a good mountain round here.
If I'd been doing it and I had to cut them, I'd have cut them in the wingtips where it's easier to work, and I could have put some plugs and sockets on, but it's not impossible. With an aircraft like this that was flying previously and has been dismantled, we should have all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. Even if some have been damaged, we can normally reverse engineer some of the parts which are damaged. Sometimes we can get hold of the original drawings of the parts and get them made from that. So our industry, especially in the UK, is pretty good at making almost anything you like these days. Keep our fingers crossed.
It's July 2022, and the Lockheed rebuild is well underway. The Sywell hangar is famous across the world for its fleet of priceless combat planes. Many have shot down enemy aircraft, but Wade has his own battle to fight against an ever-growing workload.
I've got a tail leg to fix on a Fury, I've got a build a spinner for a Hurricane, I've got a little bit of things to do on the 14 behind me, a little bit of Lockheed to build.
And the civilian plane has brought with it unfamiliar problems for Wade and his team.
The maintenance manual, when it says there is no need to take the fuselage off the wing because this is done at the factory, they really do mean that. Like, it really didn't want to go back on. So wing outer sections go on here, but we don't want to put them on now because they're going to take up too much space. We've had all the undercarriage right out of it, completely repaired all the undercarriage, painted it up to really nice spec. There was nothing wrong with it of consequence, just general wear and tear. You know, what you'd expect from a 7,500 hour aeroplane that, in all fairness, in the past 30 years hasn't had a lot of love. Engines are still yet to go on the front. The interior is still completely empty, but we need it empty because all of the systems run underneath the floor, and it's hugely complicated cables, pulleys, everything's operated by cable, even all the engine controls are a cable that goes to a little gearbox.
I'm going to do another tack rag in a few minutes, then I'm going to mix the paint, and then I'm going to spray 2 coats of finish with about half an hour in between coats.
In the spray shop, the Lockheed's transformation into 1930s spy plane is well underway.
For the last 40 years, I've been painting white aeroplanes with red, blue stripes. So this is a little different because I'm an enthusiast as well. So yes, I love this sort of thing.
We first painted the tailplane and I thought it looked absolutely horrendous, to tell you the truth. It just looked like this minty green, like 1970s bathroom or something. But now with the fuselage and with the lightning bolt down and with that blue, I think it's really come out and it looks really, really cool.
Unfortunately, the colour of that lightning bolt, because all the photos from the 30s are of course black and white, you can get these very clever people that start tinting in photos to try and colorise them to figure out what the colours are. No one can quite come up with a meaningful answer of what the nose and lightning bolt colour is. But we've gone with what we consider to be the most likely of the candidates for the colour, and arguably the one that looks the best. To me, it's a really good colour combo. Sidney Cotton was a pretty stylish guy. I don't think he would have wanted to fly around in something that looked a bit rubbish.
Cotton was so fashion conscious, he'd made his name designing a flying suit for the open cockpit pilots of the 1930s. The Sidcot suit combined warmth and freedom of movement, and the RAF ordered thousands. But then Cotton saw a better opportunity in espionage. Reassembling his plane, however, is proving more difficult than anyone suspected.
We put the fuselage onto the wing centre section, and now it's a case of reassembling, reconnecting. Once all that's done, fit out the fuselage, test it, and then hopefully eventually fly it. But this aircraft was never designed to come apart like this. If it was meant to come apart, it'd just simply be bolted together, but no, this is quite a complex task.
So it's just putting all these fixings all the way around here, in here, up in here, the whole area of the fuselage.
I mean, quite a tall order, it's a big old aircraft. Yeah, a few late nights, early mornings, weekends, but, you know, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it, wouldn't they? So, you know, just crack on and live the dream.
In 1938, the threat Hitler posed to Europe was clear. But trade was still flowing between Germany and Britain, despite frosty relations. The Lockheed's cover story was that it was being used by Cotton in connection with his film business.
This is at a point where tensions between the two countries are at their very worst. One of the ways in which aircraft could still pass between the territories was in commercial airliners. And so MI6 knew, of course, that Cotton could actually be a really useful figure here in making sure that he's flying over German territory and indeed important Luftwaffe targets without arousing suspicion. So they take advantage of Cotton's air of this business jet setting. Cotton's cover ultimately was the fact that he was this big businessman that's making all of these deals.
Cotton was a close friend of James Bond author Ian Fleming, and the team are determined his plane should have an interior as sophisticated as a dry martini. Shaken, but not stirred, of course.
Well, currently it's empty. So we've got all the original seats, we've got all the original panels, but it's all been completely taken out. It's going to be lovely, but it won't be to the original specification. So everything's getting retrimmed. But yeah, I mean, think Art Deco, leathery, walnutty goodness. That's what it's going to look like. We don't do interiors. You know, the interior is like a parachute that you strap to your bum. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I'm really looking forward to it, actually.
No one knows what the Lockheed's cabin looked like, but Richard has brought in prestige upholsterer Tim Holcroft-Smith to recreate it in 1930s style.
This is a dream come true. The brief was, tell us what you want the aeroplane to look like. Give us a reasonable estimate on it, but don't let the budget hold you back. Aircraft in this country, everything has to be fireproofed with certification, and we have to follow the line on that with carpets, leathers, vinyls, Alcantaras and the like.
Tim's a man with a passion for deco, and the new owners will be travelling in style.
There were various options presented to the client. This is the most traditional 30s style we found, and that actually met with the client's approval. When it came from America, these seats were in the 1970s taupe brown, which is very ugly, but of the period. So our first job was to strip all the leather off and then repattern the seats to make the new covers in this lovely new leather that we've sourced. This leather is brand new, but looks like it's been in the airplane for a long period of time. All the surface crazies, but this leather is brand new.
The interior will all be fabricated at Tim's workshop near Oxford and installed at Richard's hangar last minute to avoid any damage.
It's a haven in there of excitement and industry, and it amazes me how quickly that team worked together to produce beautiful pieces of art.
For the engineers, the jigsaw puzzle they've been given is proving very complex.
Basically, what we're trying to do is get everything tied in, so the fuselage is tied into the wing section. But there's a lot of little niggles because we've got an awful lot of stuff. We're not too sure where it goes, so we're having to fathom it out as we go along.
And now we're dealing with hundreds and hundreds of rivets and little fixings that had to be taken out so that the wing could go on. So a really tedious job, and unfortunately everything that was taken out was kind of unlabelled because the people taking it apart were obviously in a little bit of a rush to do it because it was quite a big job, and a big job they weren't necessarily expecting. So it's, yeah, it's a bit of a jigsaw puzzle, a fun one nonetheless. But of course everyone loves working with both arms above their head. There's nothing more enjoyable than that. But I'm sure the boys will be through it in short order.
And now in late summer, there's not much time left.
There is a deadline, I believe, of September. So we'll do our best. We'll just keep going and going and going.
Richard and the team are outside their comfort zone. Few know Spitfires, Mustangs or Messerschmitts better, but this project is different.
When you grow up working on aeroplanes, you do get rather used to working on lots of different aeroplanes, and you enjoy the nuances of each type. These are just bigger nuances, and arguably there's fun in a nuance to a point. I think from a business standpoint, specialising in one aeroplane is probably a really good idea, but in an enjoyment standpoint, I don't know.
Fortunately, resident engineer Treaders is well versed in the intricacies of American radial engines.
Pratt & Whitney's 985s, they're 450 horsepower. The advantages of having a radial engine is that you've got the cylinders exposed to the airflow for cooling, so then you're not relying on liquid or radiators.
But no one knows whether the engines will run.
Once we can have a look inside the cylinders with a boroscope and then do a cylinder differential compression test, we'll have a better idea of how we're going.
But radial engines are prone to hydraulic locks and other phenomena that make them tricky to operate and lead to failures. The Lockheed's return to the air is not guaranteed. For historians trying to piece together the story of Sidney Cotton's war, the rebuild of his plane is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
The fascination with it is basically to get the story right.
Steve Lloyd is a retired group captain who was once second in command of the RAF's historical archives, safeguarding its most precious relics and records.
Can we do a 180? Then we'll get the light on the plate. There are many conspiracy theories as to how something has come about. It is only when you get a unique opportunity like this, with the aircraft in pieces, to in fact be able to come up with some clear assessments and answers as to the many questions that rotate around this particular airframe.
Among the unanswered questions, how was Cotton able to conceal the cameras on his plane? And how was he able to have it repaired when it was damaged in a bombing raid?
We're certainly confirming its history, and we're finding new pieces that we had not hitherto before known. These reconditioning plates and Lockheed modification plates are all new to us and new to the community that follow this aircraft, because basically, for the aircraft's entire life, they've been hidden.
Incredibly, they show Cotton had the connections to have his Lockheed shipped to Canada at the height of the Battle of the Atlantic for the fitting of a replacement wing. It looks like the mystery of how he concealed his sizable cameras has also been solved.
Port and starboard side, under the aircraft's belly, we have these square 16-inch ports where the blanking plates go in when not in use for photographic purposes. What we have here is one of the camera door blanks that go into the bottom of the aircraft. We've got two latches here, so this latches into the aircraft. The door handle is on the outboard side, and to release it prior to putting the camera in, one is turning the handle, lifting it out, stowing it somewhere in the aircraft. Now the camera is fitted into the recess in the floor.
The leading edge of the wing may also have been used to conceal photographic equipment.
One of the reasons this area is most likely chosen is it's using, in many respects, standard aircraft panels. There's a piano hinge runs along the top, a number of fasteners down the bottom, so you can actually undo the fasteners, rotate it up, take the camera or the film magazine out of that camera and away. One on each wing, forward-looking, slightly down.
Cotton was a showman who thrived on telling half-truths about himself. He claimed to have done all his spy work from a Lockheed, but experts now believe fellow pilots shared the workload and the risks, and other aircraft were involved.
Cotton, of course, is using his expertise to its very best. He's using his bluster to get into these places within Nazi Germany, but he's also using his technical skill to make sure that there was the birth of proper photographic reconnaissance in the RAF.
Perhaps his greatest coup, photographing the Nazi fleet in Wilhelmshaven, is now thought to have been done by another aviator. It was Cotton's Canadian co-pilot Bob Niven, flying a single-engined Beech Staggerwing using a handheld camera.
Cotton is a little bit of a wheeler and dealer. He gets this reputation of being a little bit unorthodox, but of course the RAF are incredibly impressed by what he's producing, and so they do work with him in order to make sure that he gets the resources he needs in order to bolster the fledgling photographic reconnaissance unit.
Bombay doors open.
Cotton eventually joined the RAF, which took over his Heston hangar. He's now recognised as one of the founding fathers of photo reconnaissance, an art that was later crucial to the Allied bombing campaign.
This was an information war rather than a physical war. So the idea of Heston was to make sure that photo reconnaissance was being developed.
Back in the hangar, work on his Lockheed is progressing rapidly.
Tim, will you cover that gauge?
So we've been a little bit busy for the last couple of weeks. We've got the engines kind of hung on. We've got the landing gear back on. It's all kind of going together. I'm still waiting for some real bolts so that the landing gear can get pinned together for keeps.
Word of the restoration has leaked into the aviation community, and enthusiasts have been keen to get a sneak preview.
Just sort of push them back out the door, and unfortunately it's not really a visitor centre. It's more of just a workshop, so we don't really let the visitors come in.
Everything that you would normally have in an aeroplane when it comes in for refit was missing. So we're having to fabricate and search for elements, make a lot of stuff, search for fittings, and this is the next part of putting in some ventilation.
Someone put different new windows in it, didn't have this many in it.
And also the curtain rail holes are all over the place.
We've obviously got lots of things to do. The main thing for me at the moment is this trunking for the air supply and the lighting. So we had nothing at all really, so we've had to make it. And it's a little bit tricky because the aircraft goes to a point, so we've had to shape it here and here, which is proving to be a bit of a niggle, but we'll get there with it. The inside's going to look very, very nice indeed. Back to 1930s, I believe, a sort of Art Deco-y sort of style. Lots of leather, I think, and tan colours and browns and stuff like that. But yeah, it'll look fabulous.
They were all works of art. At that era, plane building and building automobiles, they were rolling, moving pieces of art, as opposed to a commodity item. It was a very significant aeroplane of its time, so what we're doing is making sure we complete the picture.
But after 8 decades, many more mundane parts need overhauling.
It is the carb heat for the Lockheed 12. The exhaust pipe runs in the middle, and it just for the carb heat, really. Just needs a little bit of loving.
There's a door, I've had to manufacture a hinge for that rear bulkhead, and I've also got to make another bulkhead which is just forward of that cargo door, so they've got a cargo bay at the back, which is going to be a bit of a challenge actually.
So we just have to be careful once it's getting to the finish point that we don't leave greasy fingerprints on stuff.
When do we get to then, Bobby?
September 2022, and with the structure well underway, some of the team can move on to mechanical work.
Oh yeah, she's flowing now. Bit more?
It's certainly coming to the culmination of it all, fundamentally nearly in one piece, one left-hand outer wing section to adhere. Just messing about with the systems, making all of that work. I seem to spend most of my time doing the paperwork at the moment. Wheels are going up and down today, and then we're hopefully running the engines later this week. And we've got the CA coming in about 3 weeks to hopefully sign it all off and give us a permit to test.
Yeah, Fred's out.
The Lockheed was one of the first civilian aircraft to be fitted with a retractable undercarriage. Refilling the hydraulic system is an added complication for the team.
It's going well. I'm chief funnel holder. It's a pretty important job. Yep, a few more little air bubbles, and I reckon they're full of fluid. But it's very simple. It's usually just like a little plunger here, a little lock, and then pull that out to put the gear down, push it in to put it up, and it's got a little neutral position in the middle. So it's very, very simple. Ready for up?
Thankfully, the landing gear is as smooth as the day the Lockheed rolled off the production line. The plane had an unusual design feature in case the pilot forgot to lower the wheels.
There was a provision given specifically to land it with the wheels up, in that when the wheels go up, they still protrude from the bottom of the nacelle to facilitate that when the pilot, not if the pilot, when the pilot forgets to put the wheels down, they don't really damage the aeroplane. They just clang the props into the ground and it still lands on its wheels and the wheels still turn. And there's a little rubber stop on the gear leg that just hits on the main spar to take that load so that you don't really damage the aeroplane at all, and the pilot just walks away feeling a bit sheepish about the whole thing.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? And it's quite well made. If you look at it, the idea of a posh new thing, it's very good, isn't it? Yeah, very impressive for its age. And I guess probably confuses many pilots as people looking at them. It couldn't be simpler. I think we've overcomplicated over the years, but I guess we made it safer. They had a bit of a name, not landing as they should do, I think, so they had 1 or 2 incidents with them folding on landing just because literally the way it worked. Obviously, if it goes, you know, it folds the way it's going to fall, doesn't it? Okay, go on then.
The gear must be cycled several times and its locking mechanism checked and double-checked before it's declared safe to fly.
I'm just pushing the button to make the wheels go up and down, and everyone else is doing all the work down there. So, yeah, I got the nice bit.
And I think that's as much as that motor can turn it.
Yeah, yeah.
Its drive mechanism is more than 80 years old, but it's still working flawlessly. It's a moment for Lee to reflect on an aircraft built before his grandfather was born.
A lot of people consider vintage aeroplanes and warbirds, if you like, as Spitfires and Hurricanes and Mustangs and all that kind of stuff. But no one ever really thought of the Lockheed. And when I first heard that one of our customers had bought it, it's bloody exciting because it's so historic as well. It's got a bloody lot of history with it. And I think all the guys are enjoying it because it's a bit different. You know, it's got 2 engines and bigger. It's just a bit of a change. It's really cool. Happy?
The undercarriage has passed its final test. But next, another critical stage for the restorers, lowering the jacks and putting on the outboard section of the wing.
The wing doesn't go on very easily. It doesn't just slide on. It takes a fair amount of force and violence. So we're trying to get the jacks out underneath the aeroplane because we need it for something else, and then we can try and put the wing on.
It is coming off jacks for the last time. I am moving.
You moving?
I'm moving.
Now you're talking. Okay, touchdown.
This wing is the final major structural component. Reuniting it with the centre section could be tricky.
There's still little pieces to go on it, but yeah, lots of the wings to go on. The other one's on. Hopefully we learn something from that one. See if this one goes any better. I hope this jack goes far enough.
The whole team has been drafted in to provide the muscle power necessary to manoeuvre the wing into place. It weighs 1/4 of a ton.
Yeah, just gently aft, very gently. Aft.
The wings are held on by hundreds of screws, which must be lined up perfectly.
I mean, it's the ultimate era of aeroplanes. Technology was moving on enough that we didn't have externally braced aeroplanes anymore. All of a sudden we had cantilever monoplanes where the stresses are taken inside the wing, so all the unsightly wires and fairings and sticky uppy bits that make aeroplanes look a bit, I don't know, slow, are all gone.
Okay, just stop there a second. Bobby, if you give it a bump forward. Yeah, that's a good one.
Now all of a sudden we're in the era of wheels going up and down, so once it's in the air it looks really streamlined and sleek. And then of course the paint jobs, I mean, you just can't beat 30s paint jobs. It's just such a great era where people knew how to make stuff look good. And this aeroplane was not only designed as a really useful aeroplane with a large cabin area and lots of seats and lots of range, but it was also a bit of a statement piece.
Okay, stop there for a second. Bobby, can you give it one more bump? Okay, stop there. It went on a lot better than the other one did, so now the little pieces, and hopefully we can run the engine sometime soon. Yeah, it looks like a complete aeroplane now. Not finished yet, but close.
I think aeroplanes, more so than ever now, are going in the direction of cars whereby the history of the very aeroplane which you own is becoming all important. More than 50% of the value of a classic car is made up by how original it is and what it did before you owned it. And this aeroplane, being Sir Sidney Cotton's personal aeroplane, the first ever spy plane, and having a continuous history from build to right now, I think, yeah, to say it's an appreciating asset would probably be a bit of an understatement.
After 6 months of hard work, MI6's first spy plane is approaching completion. But it's now becoming clear MI6 weren't alone in spying on their potential enemies.
But we shouldn't kid ourselves that it was only Cotton that was doing this to the Germans. The Germans, of course, had been spying on Britain in a very similar way. Not only, of course, had they been obtaining ordnance survey maps and making sure they were seeing Britain from that perspective, but they're also carrying out a lot of aerial reconnaissance in the latter half of the 1930s. So you've got Lufthansa going over and checking the air routes over Plymouth, over Portsmouth, over parts of Scotland, and making sure that they are mapping out the area. So this really is a case of both sides spying on each other and hoping not to get caught.
The aircraft that returned the compliment is now almost ready to run.
Yeah, going.
So we're just treating it to some new spark plugs. The old spark plugs are probably original to the engine overhaul, so they're probably 40 years old. And then hopefully we're going to try and run it this afternoon, so that's a big milestone.
Lee's in his 20s, but he has skills that have all but died out in most of the aviation industry.
I was very lucky to do an apprenticeship at a place called the Shuttleworth Collection, and they kind of specialise like we do in old vintage aeroplanes and vintage engines. And then my father's worked for this company since before I was born, so I suppose it's kind of just in my blood, if you like. So, you take it apart, you've got to figure out how to put it back together. See, why is that not going in? There's lots of exhausts and wires and priming lines and inlet manifolds in the way. And a bobby at the moment as well.
They smoke, don't they, when you start them, they're loud. But yeah, they're fun to hear, aren't they? And everybody likes to hear them wind up.
The oil tank is being filled for the first time.
It takes 9 gallons, this. So 9 gallons each side. Keep me amused for a few more minutes. I'm on about 5 gallons on the side at the moment.
The hangar's fleet of warplanes must be cleared to make way for the Lockheed. It's time to test the engines. The life of an aircraft engine is measured in hours of running.
The left engine's got about 90 hours on it, the right engine about 130, something like that. They're young in hours, but slightly older in calendar. You know, I'm not overly concerned about the engines, but obviously they have been completely removed from the wings. So there's an element of making sure that we've plumbed it up correctly, which could be embarrassing if we haven't. How much of this electrical circuitry have you tested?
Richard knows it's easy to damage an engine on a test like this. He's taking no risks.
Left first.
Bit left.
It's not a promising start. The engine refuses to fire.
Okay, clear again.
And the engine fires. Just a short run to prove there's no major fault.
So you can spark up the other one.
Yeah.
Just clear on the right then?
Yep, clear on the right.
The engines were drained for their voyage across the Atlantic, but firing them up ejects clouds of burning leftover oil, which clear quickly. The Lockheed passes its final crucial test.
Nice. Yeehaw.
Very successful run.
Sweet work, man.
Thank you for your help.
No, thank you.
The main issue with starting any engine that's not running a while is getting fuel to the relevant places. It does need a good drink to get it to fire. So yeah, once we'd got that into both engines, no problem at all. They went off like a shot. A bit of a pop out of the right one because I think it probably had the throttle too far open, fairly normal for round engines to do that. Close the throttle a bit, calms right down.
No, all good. All the oil's still in it and nothing fell off, I don't think. No, we're all good. Well, it's hard to tell when you run it for a minute. So the key is to run it some more, check the oil some more, and then start testing more and more systems.
It's been an eventful life for the Lockheed as executive transport, spy plane, and then an extra in movies and the TV series The A-Team. Now it's time for a new chapter in the UK. The luxurious interior is about to be fitted. Upholsterer Tim is bringing the leather he's prepared in his Oxfordshire workshop.
The aeroplane is now complete externally. The engines have been run up, so technically she can fly, where we're now waiting for a permit once she's been weighed. Interior-wise, everything is finished. It's now part of the fit.
Go down and save me crying.
One slip could ruin 3 months' work.
It's a very nervous part of the build. Alcantara attracts dirt like nothing you've ever seen before. We have to be so very careful. Everything's with kid gloves. You can't touch anything, and it's a very delicate operation. You can't rush it. You have to take your time, and everything has to happen very, very slowly.
We are fitting the dado rails and the table in the aircraft. Everything is solid oak with a heritage stain and high sheen lacquer.
His team have to cope with a floor that's level in flight but slopes steeply uphill on the ground.
Table's in line with the windows.
Yeah.
Well, but it's not in line with the floor.
But it's uphill, isn't it, as well?
Oh yeah, we'll fit, I've got to take a couple of mil off the bar. What the hell do I do to fix this, sir?
Put some chairs around it to create some visual noise.
It's phenomenally challenging to work in this shape because there is no level or plumb. It is a conical shape, so everything is incrementally getting larger as you work your way down the aircraft. So yeah, it does pose quite a few challenges getting everything lined up and looking correct.
Sydney Cotton's spy plane is now only days away from its first flight, reviving the all-but-forgotten story of the spy who took the Nazis for a ride.
I mean, it's a great story, and personally, I think, you know, hopefully this aeroplane rolling out of here and going flying will make people a bit more aware of that story and generate a bit of interest in something that people should definitely be interested in.
I might need to steal you for a few minutes, mate, because we ain't lining up with nothing.
But there are some last-minute glitches in the cabin.
We've got one of our curtain holders, which is out by, I believe it's about 15 millimeters. So we're going to remake it, get it a little bit longer and get that one hole up back exactly where it needs to be. We do not compromise. It's as simple as that. Whenever you work on a restoration project like this, it is paramount that everyone on the team has the same attitude, and that is, it's only done when it's done, and it needs to be absolutely perfect.
The time you're putting curtains in an aeroplane, you're getting somewhere.
The project's been causing Tim to lose sleep.
Because it's a creative process and there's no answers, everything is being conjured up from literary imagination. So one's brain never shuts off thinking about ways to do things differently, better, how things go together, and it never ends until it's finished.
Personally, I think it's a triumph. I mean, the original interior of this aeroplane, it does not look like this. This is an original, you know, spec Lockheed interior with original Lockheed seats, and it's original, like how it should be. But I think, honestly, I think this is a cut above whatever Lockheed could have come up with. This is a real, you know, it's a marvel.
The passenger seats, in which Cotton's assistants once sat, knowing a Nazi firing squad awaited if they were caught, are now just for relaxation. And Richard is about to vacate the captain's seat for the test flight.
I do not have a lot of multi-engine time at all. I guarantee you I could not fly that aeroplane right off the bat, nor would I try. I mean, I could if my life depended on it, but I think it would be a very bad idea to figure out how to do such a thing on the first flight of the aeroplane.
It's late November 2022, and the Lockheed is finally ready to move under its own power in the careful hands of test pilot Pete Kinsey. He's flown some of the world's most iconic warbirds, but today, even he's feeling nervous.
Probably more so than doing the first flight in a Spitfire, because although Spitfires are very iconic, there are a lot of them around. There aren't many of these around. This is the only one with this history.
I've got a feeling it's one of those aeroplanes. Sitting high is quite essential. So I'm going to grab some cushions.
Yeah. It's just astounding what they've done to it in such a short space of time. And it is just a beautiful aeroplane now.
All good. Okay, so we'll go for a start on the left engine.
So it's pretty much all finished. It's all shiny and ready to go. We're kind of just waiting on the final bits of paperwork, really.
So we've got a slight oil mist, interestingly, at the cockpit, which I just assume is burning off some oil, possibly sitting on the exhaust, but we'll keep an eye on that. So we're ready to go for a start on the other engine.
If today's taxi test reveals no serious faults, the Lockheed will move straight onto its first flight as soon as authorization from the Civil Aviation Authority comes through. Very soon, the spy plane that made history will take to the air again.
And Tangolim is just heading back to the main apron.
Great, finally, to see it back. This plane is phenomenally important.
The history of this airplane is awesome. For 1936, this must have been a space shuttle.
It's a hero that everyone forgot about. What it did was astounding and dangerous and very important.